All right. I think we're here, even if I'm fuzzy or not fuzzy or who knows what. Jello again, this is Ben Hitchcock Cross talking to you today. We are waiting to get into the Raymond stream here. And so naturally I'm vamping for a little bit just to warm us up. Um, let's talk about a few things here. And they're going to be simply this. Let's start with scheduling. I I'm going to be here available for the whole broadcast today and anticipate that I will click it off. So this will be available live or for others to watch. Um, we have requested the prior recordings, hearing day recordings, do not have an answer yet from them on that. Kind of expected it this week, probably Tuesday or Wednesday. If things are normal, this is not a normal case, so I don't know. Hilarious. Hilarious. I got an email from somebody that I can't refuse, and I'm gonna send them my number, and we'll go from there. Pretty amusing. This focus on this camera is cracking me up. So, but I have a hearing, my own personal hearing on Wednesday of this next week, in which so I won't be available to stream for that. I think Debbie is back by then, so she may do that one. I don't know. We'll obviously stream it, but I don't know how involved we're going to be on Wednesday for that. Um, the hearing that I will be at is available, but I doubt that it will be streamed on this channel or ever put up on this channel. It's one of those ones that is just probably going to hit a little bit too close to home, uh, so that we're not going to, the cost outweighs the benefit, I'd say. I'd say. You never, I mean, we'll find out when we find out. But if you can't tell, I don't put all of these on up. I only put them up with the consent of the client, obviously. Um, and then it goes from there. If you'll excuse me. Hi, it's Ben. Another one. Okay. Hilarious. If you all only knew. All right. So, getting things done. Um, cool. So that is the story. Let me tell you that it's been the kind of week that like I thing I hate most about sinus infections is it just drives like a spike into this. I spent easily a half an hour yesterday looking for my phone, which was sitting next to me charging. I literally went all over a Fleet Farm looking for a pair of headphones that I had put in the car. It's just one of those kind of, yeah. So let's talk about, I think, where we are with this case, Raymond, here a little bit more. Um, do we know, has the complainant ended their case in chief? I don't know that they have. Um, I don't know that they have. And so that raises a couple issues. What does that mean? Okay. That again, both sides get to go to do their whole thing, and then you rest. It's always a scary moment when you're the plaintiff and you rest and you say, okay, I've shot everything that I've got. I'm not doing anything more. Then they get to go try to smash it all down. And you can raise new issues, but only if they're new. Now you can respond to issues only if they, meaning the um, other side, has raised it. Is that the best way? That I'm going to work on a better explanation of that. Uh, I'm sorry. Let me pull up the live here and go from there. Oh, the main guy. Look, let's talk about and that's item the third easily. As let's talk gossip slash whatever here. The main issue is that the ERD is interfering in these hearings. Did I not read out the what we know and what we don't know from Maria Seltzer and all that? Um, because I have these notes here, and if I didn't read them out, maybe I can do that again. But that's, I would say, in terms of what the gossip is at that point we had, I believe, call records, the call logs from Maria Seltzer. Now, again, admittedly, the time codes are off and make it seem like she called at 5:30 and not 11:30. Um, even dealing with UTC and Greenwich Mean Time and all the rest, that part is off. And I don't understand that, but the visual evidence again indicates that who's this? This is Carlson says he's going to take a call from his supervisor and then takes it from his supervisor. Says he has a message and then he takes a call. I don't recall myself if the call that he takes is um, if we see him taking the call. Now they use Teams calls for most of their internal stuff, which is kind of handy because you get good logs from that. Um, and there's certainly they also leave each other voicemail messages, which you can get from there as well. Um, Now he comes back from the call. I believe he references the supervisor again at that point, but then starts saying that he's aware of this stream, which I needed to point out another fact. Before Maria Seltzer calls the judge in the case, and now remember again that Mr. Peterson is testifying while and not just like while he's in the middle of going back and he's actually answering a question, and the judge interrupts him so that he can announce what Maria Seltzer had to say to him. Which the real problem with that is that Maria Seltzer is an attorney and that she is supposed to be truthful and candid with everybody. And the state of Wisconsin is constantly saying that it's the hearing examiners themselves that have the authority over the hearing. But we see time and time again that that's not the case. For example, uh, I had the last time that I went to Madison and did an in-person hearing, they because they were afraid again of me coming, they had the police come. Probably about Officer Pomeroy. We do have some good gossip about Officer Pomeroy and some good public records about that. So, how is the sound, by the way? That's weird. All right. Sometimes we have extremely good questions on the chat, and sometimes we don't. Um, just to again go back, uh, we have reason to believe that Maria Seltzer is watching the live stream because we put out a statement on the chat saying if you're a witness, don't watch this because we understand there's a sequestration order, something along those lines. And then it's after that that Maria Seltzer calls and interferes with the hearing. And I mean, does anybody think that calling a hearing while it's going on, messaging the hearing examiner, having them call you while they're listening to testimony, and then having the hearing examiner make like it uh, make statements and decisions about the hearing, because he was deciding ultimately whether or not to let us continue on the live stream or kick us out. And we keep this information in mind with the fact that he spent 45 minutes at the beginning of the hearing trying to figure out how to lock all of the observers from making any comments, from sharing their video, from taking control of the stream. Which okay, but there was never any threat of that ever happening. I've had, I mean, I can say hundreds of hours, 100 hours of hearings before the DWD without any witness taking over anything. Never had this happen. This is just more indication, in my belief, of Maria Seltzer's obsession with curtailing free speech. Because again, the judge didn't know what he was doing. He's clearly acting under somebody else's instructions because he keeps doing it, even though he clearly doesn't know how to do it. Now, we knew, and Debbie, we they put this on this bingo cards. The state of Wisconsin wasted 45 minutes to, for whatever reason, to curtail free speech. Okay, but we all knew that, and we heard this come out of the hearing examiner's mouth that Wes needs to curtail his activism was the word, which in my mind is a direct through line between accusing Wes of being an activist and through to Debbie via Jeff Peterson, which is just that's completely an indication of bias. But also, that's what you're here to do. So again, we're contrasting these comments by the hearing examiner on Friday about how he had said more than once how he had a date, and then more than once that you need to curb your activism, which is outrageous. And let's also be fair. I mean, Wes, from what I can see, has been going out of his way to curb his activism because he rightly senses that the DWD is prejudiced against Jeff Peterson because of their unbelief that he is connected with Debbie Keither. And whether he is or not isn't, Debbie Keither has a perfect right to do everything legal to change the DWD. Jeff Peterson has every right under the sun in the United States of America to associate with whomever he wants. And Maria Seltzer has no right under the Constitution of the United States of America to use her governmental power to bias workers because she believes they're associating with the wrong people. That's, I mean, am I missing something from the story here? Maria Seltzer injected herself into this hearing because she doesn't like Debbie Keither. And and you know, we know she doesn't like this channel, and we can assume she doesn't like me much either. Based on her actions, we can assume that. That's why when she interferes in hearings, it's extremely problematic because she's biased. Extremely problematic. So that's what I got. I have a few things I need to communicate to some people. I'm going to go do that. I will come back here. I trust that we are all just waiting here. All right. Can you all hear me okay? This my sound bar has been playing, going from way too loud to way too quiet. So let me know. I do have confirmation, which is always something that we are all waiting. So give me a like. Oh, 12. Now that's what I'm talking about. You know what I did today? I got to vamp about this all day. I need to get a whole like third and fourth set of glasses here, or second even. I these things have had I like hugged one of my dogs too closely, and I got a good scratch on them from the collar. I mean, come on, come on. So, but I brought my case. So I've got my seers, as my client just told me, and my cheaters. And I brought my box for my cheaters, but it was empty, which is like, come on. But that's where I'm at. It is, it's kind of funny. Kind of funny how I can't even, before it was like on the borderline, but now that I'm so used to my reading glasses, I don't even try. I don't even try. Look, if you have any questions about the hearing, now is the time to ask them because I'm here now. I will very likely come on during lunch, but if you've got other things to talk about, we can do that. Otherwise, I can vamp and go from there. I will say the other big issue here that's come up and that I will raise is that um, they've talked about several times their attorney, which is going to mean Shayna Lewis, who is not she's not a big fan of mine for a lot of reasons, but mostly because I represented somebody in a case in which we accused her of coaching witnesses and other things, um, and participating in essentially a fraud, um, which went all the way to summary judgment. And there was no doubt that this whole Raymond thing getting to be like a 10 was involved, I would say, at least part of that. And that the whole, I really don't know. I'll tell you like this. I have way too much to do to keep people from not getting fired or being made whole to kind of involve myself in, multi-county conspiracies. Um, I just do. And kind of like when I wake up, the first thing that I think about is what evidence do I need to prove my cases? And the last thing that I think about is what evidence do I need to prove my cases? So I just don't really have. I have gone to Milwaukee Public School um, board meetings. I've gone to uh, board meetings in Raymond, and it is true that whenever I go somewhere, that it does tend to. I don't know how to put it this way. That people's I'm going to put it this way: people's fear of Debbie and I think, are much more of a projection of their own misdeeds than the actual power or anything that Debbie and I have. Now, and Debbie's more vocal than I am, there's no doubt about it, and I'm under, let's say, attorney regulations, and I've got a business to run. So there is some distinction there, but ultimately, I think that the fee and that really this case really sort of crystallizes there because we've got both Maria Seltzer and we've got the attorney. Now, here is the thesis the attorney is consistently being referenced as involving herself with law enforcement or trying to get law enforcement to arrest Debbie. And we've had that come out several times now from the superintendent witness. I've seen other documents that show that, or I think I've heard other record this fellow Mitch Berman has achieved something that I'm quite jealous of because not only did he go and get the documents, but he went all the way and got all the documents, and the documents really showed um, that the board members, from what this is the documents that I've read, let's put it like this, showed that the board members were, first of all, I would say violating the open meetings law. Again, that's my opinion. And then, second of all, we're really kind of obsessed with getting their enemies and who they perceive to be their enemies, including Debbie and myself and other people along those lines. And this is way more Debbie, and just sort of believe that there was an international, homosexual conspiracy that was out to get Raymond and them personally. And so every time these the other ones, the written ones, they've, I mean, it's clear they don't have any idea who they've come from. I'll tell you this: I was accused very directly of participating in the writing of those or communicating of those threats. I can say that very clearly now, that I was accused of that, which shocked me at the time, and it still shocks me now. Not cool. Not cool. I will leave some of that in mystery, and I'm not naming all the names that I could. And believe me, I hate when people do that. But um, there's a lot still playing out here, so we'll leave it at that. But it was really that I would say is the big headline here is the extent to which the attorney and the board members were firing somebody, retaliating against somebody in terms of employment. I mean, they're all wrong, they're all illegal, but they're not. It's not the same sort of thing as trying to get using the government to arrest people. I think that's pretty clear why. It's the one is the use of violence in theory. Now, I do think that retaliating, crushing someone using your employment power is ultimately no different than crushing somebody using, police power. But we'll leave that aside for another day. Yeah, I don't know. 80 head, I don't know how you pronounce that. I just don't. I never have, and it's something that I've wondered for quite some time. Um, my son had I think fourth grade teacher named Miss 80, and she insisted that everybody pronounce it like the number 80. As I've often said, I'm from Milwaukee, which means that anybody can pronounce any name however they want, and people named Miller or spelled Miller pronounce it five different ways on the same block, which is okay. I have always found it amusing that a society that can be so tolerant of name pronunciation can be so intolerant of, for example, other things like skin color. I've always found that to be pretty hilarious. But if I haven't told you before, um, there's certain parts of Wisconsin that you go to that they really do want to know if you're claim to be a high German or a low German, or if you're German Catholic or Lutheran. What I always find so funny about that question is, in fact, one could be something else entirely. Entirely. Ugh. All right, last controversial statement I'll state for this. Everything that I've seen thus far, politically in the last 3 months could easily be labeled as an Epstein distraction. And in many respects, this war here could also be labeled as similarly. I just want to state unequivocally here how opposed I am to war of all kinds, and particularly wars of aggression, which I thought we had done away with after Nuremberg. Um, yeah, I don't know. I was as someone who, um, I'll leave it at that. I don't think that killing other human beings is ever a good idea. Um, and if it is, it's in self-defense. And I haven't even seen anybody make a case for this being in self-defense. And I think it's it's tougher to stay focused on the Epstein files, which really is the real story, in my opinion, than with something of this magnitude. So I'll leave that at that as well. Gosh, never leave a talkative person in a room with a camera waiting on a hearing to start, huh? Good. Well, I am going to move on from this section here, and we will go. Oh, bam. Dead air. Dead air. Dead air. I'll say this: our channel has approximately halved in viewership since we went on sabbatical in December, January. And hey, I guess we've got some work to do to get things back up. Um, but it's fascinating how even the main videos that people come to this channel, that get to this channel from, which is the Amory videos, even those have gone down from, a reliable number to I think like a quarter of that at the moment. Um, which I assume that's all the algorithm punishing us. I would say the first 3 months that I was on YouTube, I think I cared about its cost benefit system, its inducements, its whatever. And then I think we moved on from that pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. Because it's all about cost benefit on my end as well. I do not understand how these creators so-called do it. I could not even admit. I don't know if any of you know Baron Coleman. I probably watch him every day that he comes out at the moment, and he he went from like having 5,000 subscribers to 100,000 subscribers because of Charlie Kirk in like a period of a month. And he quit his job, which I wasn't clear exactly what it was, um, to then be a full-time podcast. I would much rather be a full-time attorney than a full-time podcaster, 100%. Um, yeah, 100%. 100%. I just got off the phone with an attorney, and I had a case in which the person was, had everybody had a legitimate problem, and well, I'm going to answer this question a totally different way. I once teased Lori Lubinsky about the hearing we were settling a case or something like that, and then so therefore we weren't going to have a hearing, and something along those lines. Maybe I don't know, but we weren't going to have a hearing, and I asked Lori to remember who the true victim was because I was the one who was losing out on a rhetorical opportunity. And I said something, I was clearly doing a bit at this point, but I said something along the lines of, um, I'm in this game for the rhetorical opportunities. And I'll never forget it. And I quote it often. She said something I'm pretty sure it's a direct quote. Um, I became a lawyer to help people and make money. And well, it's a joke, um, or an anecdote anyway, that I think that it's really important to keep that in mind that that's ultimately what a lawyer does. And I have no doubt in my mind that this channel has helped many people, and in fact, probably even more people than the lawyering. But I also feel that the lawyering is, uh, when you help people as a lawyer, those are their problems. And where I was getting at before is the if we are able to resolve a case, and this doesn't matter if it's that case that I was just discussing or any case, because I was not trying to discuss a specific case. The point is that um, when you help people with their problems, that is something that, how can I put it? Getting somebody back to work is actually one of the most powerful things that we can do. And I've always, it's something that, I have been in this area for a while, and I've had many chances to ask my mom, like, why do we do employment law? Like it's Passover. And I never really understood it until the first time that somebody who's about to get fired is not fired. There's no hearing, there's no trial, there's no, you take care of the problem and it's taken care of. And, all the thumbs up in the world doesn't add up to that. That's what I'm trying to say. Not for me, for them. It really doesn't. I mean, there really is nothing better than solving somebody's problem. There's just nothing better for them. That's what I'm saying. So, all right. Do. Curtail your advocacy. That's what I'm trying to say. Curtail your advocacy.
Let's see if there's others that come up. Um, Nicole, let's wait a little longer for those who may have
Sure.
just admitted. We're not sure what happened. That there must be an issue with the link. I did use the March 2nd link, and apparently not everybody was able to access the hearing. So I was just alerted to that. So we're trying to see what the problem is here. I'm going to give a little more time to see if there's others who were trying to join.
I got it. So, I don't know if you can hear me. I understand there was a problem with the links, which is what we were waiting for. And I
Any
understand
additional
that
folks
Maria
coming
Celso
in?
called.
Everyone just hang tight again. I think I'm going to maybe try to make a phone call and see if there
Sure.
still are
And said
folks that
people are
are
having a
unable
problem
to join. I
going
don't
in.
know if that's
I
the
will
case. I
say
don't see
this.
anybody waiting.
If it looks like Jonathan
And I don't
Sachs
either,
is about
Judge.
to
And I would note,
testify,
like, since you've done this, we've added
that's
3 more. So
fascinating. I
hopefully
know
those are
that
the people
Lori
that we're having
Levinsky and
difficulties.
Yeah, and I
Shayna
mean
Lewis
it's
used
odd
Jonathan
because
Sachs
some
to
folks
Yeah,
investigate. And I
here
guess
and others
we have,
didn't. So
yeah,
uh,
I get it.
for
but
example,
none of
you have a case
I
in which
mean I
Jonathan
admitted
Sachs
everybody
is
at the
representing the
beginning
school
that was
district. You'll get
waiting.
Yeah.
As a,
Shayna Lewis's law firm
so
to investigate.
okay, well I'm
And they
gonna
sort of go
leave again
around
and
like
try to
that, in my
follow
opinion.
up on this and just try to figure out if there's
And
still
none
others
of
that are
them are
trying
independent,
to get in that
and
might
none
not
of
show
them,
up.
they all
But
Okay,
know
I'll
Judge,
exactly what
for
answer
what
to
it's worth,
give.
I know that you have
And
your
it'll
own
be
reasons
interesting.
for
I do
wanting to
have
get people in, but
cases
there's no one from a party I
with
represent who's telling me that they need to get in here, just so you know.
Mr. Sachs at the
It's good
moment.
to know. I appreciate that, but I don't want to exclude folks that just want to observe. So
Understand.
let me try to make another effort here to see if are still folks that
All right.
are having difficulty, so I'll be back. Just sit tight, everyone.
So we may have had the wrong link, and I got the link from Maria Seltzer. So, okay. So I'm on this link here, and apparently Maria Seltzer people called Maria Seltzer to say that they weren't getting in. And then Maria Seltzer called the judge and asked them to let her people in. So I don't know if any testimonies happened at this point. It doesn't look like it. But we'll see. I repeat to you all that I had a hearing in which we demanded an in-person hearing, which the law says we have a right to. Says that the hearing must be held in the county in which the whatever happened, and that they're trying to put that off. Say that means we can have a televised or a virtual hearing. Well, they can't. They're not really that good. We can see how a virtual hearing has caused a significant waste of time. Again, I submit that they don't want to have people coming into the state office building, seeing that there's nobody actually working in the state office building in the
Okay,
DWD.
well,
I
I think
suspect that's the reason.
I'm hoping no one else is being
But
excluded, but I
or
don't
one
see
of
anybody. When I click on people, it looks like everybody that's appears has been admitted. Counsel, I think you have the same list, right? I mean,
Yeah, I don't see anyone in the waiting room.
I misspoke before.
So
That's
for what
Jonathan
that's worth.
Sachs, who is
okay,
the
well, let's
partner
continue
of
and
Ronald
hope for the best because
Stadler.
I don't know what else I can do.
And it's
So,
Ronald Stadler
let
is
me
the
just make sure.
attorney
I
that
don't
I
think
was
we ever
thinking
went off
about in terms of this.
recording, but let me
Mr.
double check
Sachs
to make sure
also
we're still recording.
obviously does that, but these are
Yeah,
two
we're
distinct
still
people.
recording. Okay, so let's go on back on record after some technical issues and
Back on the record.
concerns.
Well,
Hopefully those are resolved, and we're continuing with Attorney Lubinsky's direct examination of Attorney Sachs at this time.
Okay, Attorney
Wait,
Sachs,
hold on one moment.
yeah.
Another one just popped up. Let me just admit that person. Just okay. Now we can proceed.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Thank you. Attorney Sachs, back to you. Okay. Do you see on your screen hearing exhibit R26, which is your report, or at least page 3 of that report?
Yeah, I can see it in front of me.
All right. I'm going to go through that very briefly, and then we'll focus in on the end. I can't recall where we left off, so I just want to get some big picture foundation with you. It appears starting on page 3 of your report,
I
you
assume
list
nobody
an
can read.
individual, in this case, Audrey Kostich, the board president, and then you have several paragraphs underneath her name before you go on to the next person. And my question is, does your report include a summary of what, in this case, Ms. Kostich told you during her interview?
Correct. The written report, the written summaries after the individual's name reflect essentially most of what I talked about with each witness. Is a what method I use to be able to capture what was said to me. It's on most of the time it's erring on the side of over inclusivity.
Okay. And so I'm not going to go through this with you, but did you, as best you could, truthfully and accurately summarize what each witness told you who you interviewed?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything from those interview summaries that you purposefully omitted that you did not include in this report?
No, there's nothing like that.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, as you were going through these interviews, did the issue of Mr. Peterson's sex as a male come up at all?
His sex as a male, no, that was not brought by any witness.
Did his sexual orientation, was it raised by any witness?
Maybe one witness, I think, said that raised, I think, something along the lines of Mr. Peterson plays the sexual orientation card, but that it's never been an issue for anybody.
Okay.
I believe that I don't remember what witness, that just kind of stuck out to me as one witness said something along those lines. All
right. And what about, I'll represent to you that back in the fall of 2023, Mr. Peterson, through his lawyer, had raised a concern over he felt he was being discriminated against. And assuming that to be true, did any witness during their interviews raise an issue or concern with you about retaliation, that like any district employee or the board were retaliating against Mr. Peterson for complaining about alleged discrimination?
Nothing even close to that ever came up.
Okay. All right. So is it fair for us, because I like to be as efficient as possible, is it fair for us to understand that the pages of your report that purport to be interview summaries contain a true and accurate summary of what you were told by each witness?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
All right, then let's fast forward all the way down. Bear with me. At the end, looks like your last interview, at least the last one that's on the document, is Mr. Peterson. Let's talk briefly about that interview. Was that interview with Mr. Peterson in person?
It was.
And who was present during that interview?
It was myself, Mr. Peterson, and Attorney Haslam.
And was that at your office?
It was at Attorney Haslam's office in Milwaukee.
Oh, okay, thank you. Did you allow Mr. Peterson to provide you with any information he felt was relevant to the issues you were raising?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I typically end all my interviews with providing the witness free reign to tell me anything that they think is relevant, or anything at all that they want to talk to me about.
Okay. One moment. Just want to look at one paragraph of that interview and then we will move on. One of the issues, it's on page 18, that I wanted to call to your attention that appears to have come up during your interview with Mr. Peterson involves an individual who actually just joined this hearing, named Debbie Kuther. Do you see that at the bottom of page 18? I think it actually goes to the top of 19 as well.
Yes, I see that in my report.
And I didn't go through all of the information earlier, but did you obtain information from other sources about an alleged conversation Mr. Peterson had with one or more people concerning whether he knew who she was?
Yes, that was a topic that I was made aware of, yes.
And you write in your report, it's at the bottom of 18 to the top of 19. You write, when asked if Dr. Garvey or any other district staff asked him meaning Peterson, if he knew who Ms. Kuther was when she first attended meetings, he said that Dr. Garvey came up to him and said, quote, your friend, end quote, is coming to meetings. and that Miss Peterson did not respond to him because he thought that Dr. Garvey had said that to, quote, get a reaction, end quote, out of him. Mr. Peterson denied being asked by any other staff members about Ms. Cuther. Do you see where I read?
Yes, I see where you read.
Does that contain an accurate summary of what Mr. Peterson told you in response to that inquiry?
Yes, I believe if I used quotations in a report, I probably wrote a note more as verbatim as possible about what was said during the interview.
Okay. All right, let's go to your findings. So after, Attorney Sachs, I just want to give you an opportunity now. After you review the documents, you do the interviews, what's next in your investigative process?
After reviewing all the information and preparing I draft the witness summaries first. Then I look at the totality of all the information, evidence, and then I review that information and try to prepare some findings and impressions to kind of share some of my credibility determinations or other other evaluation of the evidence in the report.
Okay, I'm going to skip past the contractual status issue because, again, it's not relevant. You have a section entitled Employment Misconduct, and it goes, I think it might be the rest of it's the rest of the findings section. I want to call your attention to a couple things, okay? I'm going to try to make this a little bigger. Is that better for you, Attorney Sachs, that I have enlarged it?
Yeah, I can read that
Okay.
much more clearly.
Okay. You say at the very beginning of the individual's interview, there was a general impression that Mr. Peterson has been acting in the background to foster the current state of disarray and conflict in the district, conflict among staff, and conflict in the community in general. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Was that your impression from the totality of your investigation?
Well, that was be my interpretation of the perception that I received from the witnesses. That was me just taking what the witnesses were telling me, not me drawing an independent interpretation.
Okay, very good. Next page, page 21. The first full paragraph, you say, quote, specifically, we are reasonably confident that Mr. Peterson undermined the administration by regularly attempting to separate himself from Superintendent Garvey and the board by consistently making comments to staff along the lines of, quote, the board or Dr. Garvey are making me do this, end quote. And you go on a bit on that topic. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Was that a conclusion you drew from the information made available to you during the investigation?
Yes, that was based on witness statements primarily.
And you say at the bottom of that paragraph, Mr. Peterson's denials and his lack of explanation for why others would report this conduct was not particularly credible. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that sentence.
Okay, so as part of your work as an investigator in this case, did you need to make credibility determinations?
Yes, in every type of investigation of this nature, I'm reviewing body language, listening to what people are saying, evaluating it, and making credibility determinations.
Okay. Let me call out a few more things. Next paragraph, you talk about some SEL, social emotional learning curriculum. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
In your report, I'm not reading verbatim, but it says that Peterson recommended the board move forward with SEL curriculum during a private meeting. And then when that decision or that discussion was in a public meeting, he retracted his support of the SEL curriculum. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And was that based on information you gleaned during your investigation?
Yes, through witness statements.
You say Mr. Peterson provided a legitimate explanation and expressed an intent not to recant support, but it is questionable as to how his quote clarification end quote was received by the general public. Can you give us a sense for what you're talking about there?
Yes, from my recollection, Mr. Peterson provided a legitimate reason why he didn't believe that he had wholeheartedly endorsed one particular program over the other, and that he felt, I believe, like blindsided at the public hearing. But I believe that it was questionable how his like clarification to why he wasn't supporting it would have been received during a public board meeting.
Okay. Your next paragraph talks about a Mr. Marty seeing Peterson arranging for a picture to be taken of him discarding SEL materials. Mr. Marty was one of the people you interviewed, right?
It was a Miss Marty.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah,
my bad. And it looks like Mr. Peterson denied that allegation of discarding SEL materials into a dumpster. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And you say Ms. Marty credibly stated that Mr. Peterson showed this picture to her. She only worked with Peterson for approximately a month and would have no reason to fabricate. Just tell us a little bit about what this is relating to, if you can recall.
I recall that there was a number of witnesses talked about Mr. Peterson like staging a picture of him throwing like binders into a dumpster based on something along the lines of it has to do with the SEL curriculum. I never got into the details of what the curriculum actually was or wasn't. No one could show me a picture. But Miss Marty told me that she actually had seen a picture, and I believe she was a brand new employee at the time, and that because she was brand new and didn't really know Mr. Peterson for more than a month, like it seemed something odd that she would make up.
Okay. All right. Then you talk about the Debbie Cuther incident, and I just want to spend a minute on this. One moment. You say the first time Ms. Cuther appeared, Dr. Garvey asked Peterson if he knew who she was, and Peterson denied that he did. Do you see that?
Yes.
But it wasn't just Dr. Garvey that told you that. Did Ms. Fuchs also relay to you that she had a conversation with Mr. Peterson as to whether he knew who that woman, Ms. Cuther, was?
Yeah, Miss Fuchs made that statement to me during my interview of her, and
Okay.
I believe she was at the board meeting because she may be the board secretary. I don't know if the secretary who's taking notes.
Okay.
Or the minute notes.
And one second. You see on the next page, Debbie Cuther has a reputation as a quote professional agitator end quote who has worked with and appeared in YouTube videos with Mr. Peterson's prior legal counsel Ben Hitchcock Cross. When you use the professional agitator in quotes, do you recall where you received that information?
I have no recollection of where I received that information from.
All right. And you say, quote, we are confident that at least on this occasion, Mr. Peterson lied to Dr. Garvey and other administrative staff about not knowing her. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And was that your conclusion?
That was my conclusion, yes.
All right. You go on to talk about a breakfast. Can you just, in your own words, explain what the issue with the breakfast was, Attorney Sachs?
There were a lot of witnesses discussed this, and there were some conflicting descriptions of what happened. But from what was consistent was that Dr. Garvey and the then board members were serving breakfast to the staff as part of like a in-service prior to the school year starting, and that there was some type of protest among staff who wouldn't accept the food or wouldn't eat the food. And I believe there was a group of staff gave a written letter to one of the board members, and then it was just a different recount. And different witnesses told me basically how Mr. Peterson reacted or behaved while that was going on.
Okay. Did you get a sense for whether this group of teachers who came in who refused to eat, whether this was some sort of organized effort?
If I remember correctly, I believe I found that it had to be somewhat organized because there was a pre-written letter that was given to the board.
Okay.
At least that was what the witnesses told me.
All right, understood. I'm going to skip over onto the next page here. One moment. At the top, you say interviews, I'm sorry, top of page 23 of hearing exhibit R26. You say interviews with staff also revealed that Mr. Peterson regularly would badmouth or gossip in a negative manner about teachers and staff to other staff members, and that these negative statements would focus on work performance and aptitude. Do you see this?
Yes, I see this.
And did you was that your conclusion?
That was my conclusion based on the number of different witnesses that all reported similar information to me.
Okay. Next paragraph, you say it's concerning that Mr. Peterson directly messaged staff members to engage in an email and phone call campaign to the board to oppose his contemplated contract non-renewal. Do you see that?
Correct.
And Mr. Peterson obviously gave you a response to that. You found that not credible as per your report. Why?
Mainly because I saw the screenshots with Mr. Peterson's Facebook identifier on it, which and the language in my report is quoted from that Facebook post, which I reviewed.
All right. Skipping a paragraph here, you say, same page. In summary, it's evident that there is discontent within the staff and community, and that certain portions of both groups do not support the current board or Dr. Garvey. It's also, well, let me stop there. What are you referring to in that sentence?
That at that time there was a portion of the staff members I interviewed that clearly did not support the current board or Dr. Garvey. And then based on information I received from different witnesses, it seemed like there was also a similar group in the community at large outside of the district, although I did not interview anyone other than district employees.
Okay. You say, quote, it is also evident that Mr. Peterson has actively sought to foster this discontent and conflict to the disadvantage of Dr. Garvey and the board. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is that conclusion based on?
That's my conclusion based on what I learned from witnesses and my credibility determinations about certain statements made to me.
Now,
Yeah.
did some of the employees you interview provide favorable comments to Mr. Peterson? Favorable comments about Mr. Peterson?
Yes, there was I can't give an exact number, but there was many employees that had nothing bad to say about Mr. Peterson and thought he was doing a good job and commended him on his commitment to the school community.
Okay. You say at the bottom of that same page, we believe that the examples listed above demonstrate two parallel issues. First, that Mr. Peterson has exhibited a long history of concerning behavior regarding staff and students where he's exercised poor judgment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then I'm skipping. Second, that Mr. Peterson appears to have been working, I'm on to the next page, against Dr. Garvey and the board since Dr. Garvey was hired. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are those your conclusions? Oops.
Those are my those are summary conclusions that I had. Yes.
Bear with me. I accidentally jumped a page. I don't know how I did that, but I did. So one moment. Okay, I'm back. Okay. You say this is the top of 24. Even something small like using verbiage to distance himself from Dr. Garvey has a large scale negative impact. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
My impression or my conclusion is that when an individual is constantly placing blame on another body. So in this case, if there was any type of decision made by Dr. Garvey that the staff or the general employees would maybe not find favorable, uh, it was statements like Garvey made me do this or the board made me do this shows lack of connection or lack of support between one of the top management level employees in the organization with the board of directors, and that can kind of affects the confidence level of everyone in the leadership.
Okay. Moment. It looks like you referenced the just cause standard, and I'll represent you, Attorney Sachs. There was not a termination proceeding involving Mr. Peterson. My question is, did you provide recommendations on what the district should do with your conclusions or no?
I did not. I just provide them with the framework that I believe that they would have to look at on their own. If that decision was made, I made no recommendation or opinion about whether there was just cause for contract termination.
Was your investigative conclusions impacted? Well, let me strike that and ask it differently. Did any individual appear to you to attempt to manipulate your investigative conclusions in any way other than just generally what they told you during their interviews?
No, I would say the district was pretty hands off throughout the process.
Did you, other than the typo edits that you referenced earlier, did you make any substantive edits to your conclusions after anyone from the district reviewed those conclusions?
None. I believe I had I think it was I spelled a Bookman or something along those lines.
All right. Let me get your one moment. Was your investigation based in whole or in part on Mr. Peterson's sex?
Nothing, not even nothing at all about sex.
Was your investigation based in whole or in part on Mr. Peterson's sexual orientation?
No, it had nothing to do with anything I did during this investigation.
And finally, was your investigation based in whole or in part on any issue involving retaliation?
And nothing of the like.
Okay, those are the questions I have. Attorney Sachs, Attorney Haslam, I'm sure has questions, so hold tight.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Sachs. How are you doing?
Well, thank you.
And Judge, I know at this time we usually take a restroom break. Do you want me to keep going through, or would you like to take that break again? It's up to you. I just don't want to keep going if you want to take a break soon.
I think the power of suggestion was maybe militates in favor of a brief break.
Okay.
I might have been able to soldier through it, but I don't want to be distracted. I'm drinking coffee and I'm old. So let's take 5. Won't be
Thanks.
back. All right. All right. Just want to make sure we're still recording here.
And I don't see Mr. Sack. Oh, there he is. Okay.
We got somebody here. Let me, it looks like somebody new wants to get in. Let me admit that person before we start. And again, I'm assuming you can see what I can see and that's not a witness. That's correct. Okay.
Oh, I just see the letter N next to that.
So
person.
do
Yeah,
I.
that's all I saw too.
But if they are a witness, they can't be listening to the testimony. So
Okay.
I'm confident. I'm comfortable.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go back on the record, and we're continuing with Attorney Sachs as a witness. Attorney Lubinsky just concluded her direct exam, and now Attorney Haslam will conduct his cross-examination. You may proceed.
All right, Mr. Sachs, I think we got past how are you this morning, so we'll move on. Can you tell me about your background, what you did before you became an attorney?
I graduated from my undergraduate degree, went straight to law school, and then entered the practice of law in
And what was-
2013.
What was your undergraduate degree in?
I had a history degree.
Okay, and before you got your undergraduate degree, did you have a career?
I'm sorry, I completely, I think it might be my connection. I completely missed that question.
Yeah, it is a little choppy right now. Hopefully it goes away. But what I asked you is before you got your undergraduate degree and went to law school, then so subsequently, did you have a different career?
No,
And
besides summer jobs as a as a teenager and in my early 20s.
great, thanks. And then when you became your time as an attorney, have you always worked in private practice?
I spent 1 year as a law clerk for a state law judge in New Jersey.
And then you moved to private practice after that year?
Correct.
Okay. And have you how long have you had the firm Stadler Sachs? How long have you been a shareholder there?
We opened our firm in March of 2023.
And prior to that, were you with a similar firm that did defense work?
Uh, yeah, I over the years I was been in a number of different firms. Not all of them did primarily or exclusively defense work, but other private practice firms.
And I guess what I'm getting at here is, have you ever taken any classes or been certified to be an investigator?
Um, I have not taken any classes. I do present on the topic for other government officials and other lawyers, though.
Okay. Now, when you were
Hey,
hired,
Wes, I'm sorry to interrupt. Jonathan, I think your connection is like, it's a little in and out. Wes and Judge, are you guys hearing that as well?
I am, but I can hear everything so far. It's not
Okay,
affecting my ability to understand him. If it is for anyone else, let me know and we can figure something out.
okay. Just want
I
to
can
make
try to
sure.
log out and log back in.
That I think even if it's not perfect, I'm hesitant to do that because as a last resort, as a remedy, we can do that. But I think we had a problem with echoing, and I'm wondering if that was, I don't know. I'm just
I
super
agree.
abundance of caution. I think let's just keep going. And if we can hear you, okay, we'll continue until we're done. If it gets to be worse or too tedious because you're cutting in and out, we'll let you know and maybe we try that.
Okay, thanks, Judge. So when you were hired to investigate Mr. Peterson, was he already on administrative leave?
I didn't hear the question. That Can you repeat that, please?
When you were hired to investigate Mr. Peterson, had he already been placed on administrative leave? Can you hear me?
I have a Attorney Haslam freezing up on my screen. Let me change
Well, I
my
guess we
Okay,
have to restart
maybe
it.
we
and see if
should
that helps.
try your suggestion then if you're starting to freeze up. So do you want to log off? Make sure you log off completely and don't have any devices whatsoever connected before you log back on. If that makes sense? We'll just wait. We'll pause and we'll wait and see what the outcome of that is. I'm hoping you're hearing that. Can you nod? And
Yeah, I'll log in off and log back on.
okay,
Hopefully that's better.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's, we'll see.
it originally did not have any problem logging in this morning. There was no issue. It's just the quality of the connection, I think. So hopefully he be able to rejoin us easily.
I'll keep an eye on the
Yeah,
waiting
I'm
room
trying to.
here.
Me too.
Oh, there he is. I just saw him come in.
Let me try to admit him and enable. All right. All right here. Okay. Okay, I think I did everything I could on my end to see if he should be able to
Okay.
join.
Mr. Sachs, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. I changed my Wi-Fi connection to a different wing of my office, so I think that hopefully will do the trick.
This sounds perfect right now. So now I'm just going to re-ask the last question. You may have answered it and you cut out. So I'll just start back one question before. And I asked you if Mr. Peterson was already on administrative leave when you commenced your investigation into misconduct over Mr. Peterson.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And were you aware that he'd already filed a discrimination complaint when you began your investigation?
I don't remember if I knew at the time or if I learned at some point during the beginning of the investigation.
But you are aware, or you were aware at some time that prior to you beginning your investigation, he'd filed a discrimination complaint. Is that correct?
I did not. I knew he had filed an ERD complaint. I did not know any of the specifics of whether it was discrimination, retaliation, FMLA, anything
Gotcha.
like that.
And also, Mr. Peterson had already received a preliminary notice of non-renewal before you began your investigation. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. And you said you were hired primarily as a neutral finder of fact, correct?
Yes.
And were you hired to provide legal advice in any capacity?
I interpret when I provide a report to the board to have Board of Education or other administrators when I'm that summarizes and discusses these investigations. I look at that as providing some legal advice and legal counsel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I guess in this neutral investigator capacity, did you represent any particular party?
I interpret it as in representing the school district in an indirect manner
Okay.
based on my being hired by the insurance company.
So you interpreted your job as representing in some capacity, indirectly, the school district. Did I hear you correctly?
To the extent that I am giving them advice or providing them with my results or recommendations to the extent I need to. Not in like an advocacy capacity though.
Okay, so I mean, help me out here. I really want to. When I say represent, I do mean advocacy capacity. So, what did you interpret my word represent to mean?
That I'm being retained to work on behalf of the school district to conduct an investigation and then provide them my neutral opinion about what I find or what I believe or what I interpret.
Okay. And as a neutral investigator, is there attorney-client privilege between you and Raymond School?
I believe there's attorney-client privilege between me and the Board of Education, or in this case, Attorney Lewis as the representative of the board.
Okay, so you considered that you had attorney-client privilege between you and the Board of Education, the school board, correct?
Correct.
And you said you worked for Stadler Sachs. I'm just going to pull up a exhibit I have not entered into the evidence yet, but I have it bait stamped C066. And can you see this clearly on your screen?
That's the first half of of my webpage. Yes.
Okay. And so the short title for this, Your Honor, is going to be Stadler Sachs website. And we're going to enter it in as exhibits. I believe we're on C107 now. Is that what you have, Lori? Great. I'd like to move to have.
Just give me a moment I'm just trying to do multiple things here. If you could just pause
Absolutely.
us a moment. All right, let me give me a minute. I want to pull up my exhibit list and double check that I also. Yeah, C107 was the next one according to my list here.
And I'll go ahead and make the.
And you said Bates C with the Bates number you want to use is C066.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, Stadler Sachs website. Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move to have it entered now just to make things easier.
We have no objection.
Okay, so C107, which is Bates C066 is admitted.
Okay, so Mr. Sachs, you said that this is the first half of your firm's homepage, correct?
It looks like my homepage. Correct. Yes.
All right. So if I go to your website, this is the first page I go to, correct?
Correct.
All right. And right here, does it say litigation experience you can rely on, protecting corporations, employers, and government entities?
Correct.
And would you say that's the primary function of Stadler Sachs?
I would say that's an accurate summary of our practice base.
And if I scroll down, this is the entire front web page, right? I'm just going to scroll all the way to the bottom of this. Did you see that?
Yeah, that I don't know if everything's loading particularly, or there's missing pictures, but that generally looks like my website.
Okay. And here in the middle here, it says labor and employment law, and it says we represent employers and management in all aspects of labor and employment law. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
It also says here on the right side, it says public entity defense. We are a trusted partner to public entities, including municipalities, school districts, and other government entities. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, you read that correctly.
Okay. And when you were doing this investigation, were you the only person who was doing the investigation, or did you have a team?
I was the only attorney or person who conducted any investigation, conducted any interviews, and ultimately did the investigation. Yes.
Did you work with with a team, or was it pretty much just you?
I don't remember if this one. Sometimes I have my partner proofread a report before I submit it for grammar.
So would that be the extent of anybody else's input into this? Is just a proofread, or would there be like substantive input that they would have into this?
I don't remember in this occasion. I may bounce ideas off of another lawyer, but would not any. That would be the extent of it.
Okay.
Or another attorney may have done the intake or the original received the original assignment from the insurance company.
Oh, great. Well, that leads into my next line of questions pretty well here. So I guess who first briefed you on the allegations that you were going to be investigating?
I believe I would have received a summary email from the litigation manager assigned to the matter, and I believe that I would have received some general background information. I believe when I visited the district for the first time and talked to Dr. Garvey and I believe either Miss Hoppus or Miss Fuchs in a just more generalized manner, I guess, not as a formal interview.
Okay. So when you say the litigation manager, you're referring to somebody in the insurance company?
Yeah, I usually send over like a one paragraph description of what it is.
And but the first person at Raymond School you talked to, the first employee or board member was Mr. Garvey, correct?
Either him or one of his administrative aide.
Okay. And I'll just go ahead and posit that his administrative aide is Nikki Fuchs. Does that sound right to you?
I that sounds like I believe I spoke to her in what capacity when I came in, but yes.
And great. And so were you provided with a timeline or a deadline to complete your investigation?
I don't believe I was providing a formal deadline.
Were you in a rush to finish the investigation?
Uh, I would not say I was in a rush to finish the investigation.
Did you feel like you had ample time to do the work?
Yes, especially with having to interview 22 witnesses. So yeah.
And now I believe Ms. Lubinski asked you who selected the interviewees, and your answer was Superintendent Garvey and his administrative assistant Nikki Fuchs. Was that your answer?
Yes.
Okay. And you described this sample of people you interviewed as a representative sample of the Raymond School. Is that correct?
I believe I testified that I requested a representative sample of employees from the Raymond School District.
Okay. And um, and Mr. Garvey provided you with that, correct?
Either him or Miss Fuchs provided me with a list.
And who did you work with to coordinate? And when I say coordinate, I mean schedule and discuss that with the teachers who are still working at Raymond. Did you do that directly with the teachers, or did you go through somebody?
I believe I went through someone in administration. I don't believe it was Dr. Garvey. Whether it was Miss Fuchs or somebody else, I don't remember.
Okay. And I'm going to posit that Dr. Garvey testified that Ms. Fuchs was his confidential assistant. Did they use that phrase with you at all?
That phrase is not familiar to me.
Okay. And let's go ahead and pull up the report here. And I've got it actually as C15, and I'm sure it's the same version, but we'll go off of the record number C15. And again, I'm just can you see this pretty clearly? Let me make it larger here for you. How is that?
That's good.
Okay, great. And so again, just same thing that your attorney covered with you. This is February 6, 2024, it's dated, correct?
Correct.
And you send it to Ms. Shana Lewis via email, correct?
Correct.
And would that be that you sent it to her on February 6, 2024 then?
Yes.
Okay. And when you sent it to her, did you send it to her in a PDF format or a Word format?
It would have been a PDF.
Okay. And so is this also the date you completed the report? Do you know?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to scroll down. The attorney already covered a lot of these things, but it says you have the people you interviewed that you already went over with your attorney. And it also says here, underneath that, it says the staff members were selected as a representative sample of district employees. Do you see that?
Yes.
And based on your testimony today, you didn't make sure they're a representative sample. You relied on Dr. Garvey for that, correct?
Or another administrative assistant, Dr. Garvey, and or another administrative aide or assistant if he used that. But
okay,
yeah.
But it wasn't your selection.
It was not my selection, though.
Great. And then beneath that, we also have some. You say you reviewed the following documents. Do you see where I highlighted that? And there's some documents under here.
Yes.
Okay. And in it, you say a few things. You say his professional improvement plan. And for the sake of brevity, we're going to call that a PIP today. If I say PIP, you understand that's what I'm talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then below that, you have his contract and you have the HYA leadership profile report. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, was the HYA report an evaluation tool?
I'm gonna object on foundation grounds.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Sure. No, if there's a foundation objection and you don't understand, it's my turn. It's my time to rephrase the question. So I'll withdraw that question. Do you know what the HYA leadership profile report was?
If if I remember, it was some type of report generated to help find a permanent superintendent for the district. I could be mistaken. That's what my recollection is.
Okay. Do you recall it being an evaluation tool at all, used to evaluate Mr. Peterson's performance?
I have no recollection one way or the other of whether it was used in that manner.
How did you use the HYA report?
I believe I use it generally just for background information, or is it, and potentially to look into the contractual status.
Okay. And did you review any like community survey data or anything like that that the report was based on, or did you just look at the report itself?
I don't particularly remember what I looked at with that report. I know I read it.
And are you aware that Mr. Peterson submitted an augmentation to the HYA report?
Yes, I'm aware that an augmentation was submitted.
Now, did you review the augmentation also?
I believe that I did. I believe it was contained in the same packet with the HYA leadership report.
Okay, is that why it's not listed separately then?
That would be the only reason, yes.
Okay. And you also say you reviewed a screenshot of a message, Jeff Peterson Facebook message to staff. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now, isn't it true that this wasn't sent to all Raymond staff?
I am not sure who it was sent to or who it wasn't sent to specifically.
So you didn't see who Peterson sent this to?
I could not see the no, I couldn't see who it was sent to, no.
In your interview with Peterson, did he tell you that he sent this to people who had been Facebook friends for many years?
I believe he said he sent it to a couple of people.
Okay. Do you recall if he described those people as longtime Facebook friends or longtime friends?
I don't have an independent recollection if he used that language.
Okay. And also it says here that you reviewed a March 14th, 2022 email from Steve Harder to the board regarding special board meeting agenda. Is that that's an email you reviewed, not the actual agenda? Is that correct?
I would believe that it would have been the email, not the actual agenda, based on what I wrote, but I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay. Do you recall what you used that email for in your investigation?
I strongly suspect that it was to do with the contractual status.
Okay. And it also says you reviewed his PIP, professional improvement plan, and the updates. Now, when you say updates here, are you referring to the updates that Superintendent Garvey wrote?
I really don't have a recollection of what was contained in there. By reading updates, it would have been however was labeled in the improvement plan.
Okay. Do you recall reading feedback Peterson had written to Garvey while he was completing his PIP?
I don't have I don't have a recollection of that. No.
And you also state in your report here, I have some of this highlighted. I can take those off if it's distracting, by the way, but I did it just for ease and speed. Okay.
Mhm.
So right here, you see this part I have highlighted that says we have no reason to question the credibility of these reports for Dr. Garvey. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean you have no reason to question the credibility of the reports from Dr. Garvey?
Um, I mean by during my interviews with witnesses, nothing was said that led me to believe that the list of issues that he believed were in the universe, so to speak, were not credibly provide. Like he didn't was credible. He didn't make them up, or he didn't.
Okay.
I guess that would be my explanation for that.
Sure. So were you aware that Garvey had used an evaluation tool to evaluate Mr. Peterson that wasn't approved by the school board?
No,
Were you aware that Garvey didn't use the evaluation tool that was required by the school board policy to evaluate a principal?
no.
Would that have made a difference in your assessment of credibility of Dr. Garvey?
Along that would not have impacted uh my analysis of his credibility of those listed issues that he provided to me. No,
Okay. Well, right here it says that Dr. Garvey instructed Jeff to have a master schedule in place for the school year, and he did not. Do you see that?
I see that. Yes,
Okay. And did you ever see a master schedule that Peterson provided to Garvey?
I had not seen that. I don't remember seeing an underlying schedule.
Okay. Um, and if Mr. Peterson had included that in his PIP feedback, and you had read the PIP feedback, you would have well, strike that question. Let's go to a let's go down a little bit here. And I have another part that's highlighted that says we asked that an audit be conducted of Mr. Peterson's emails by the district IT. While that has not taken place yet, we feel comfortable providing our findings without the audit being completed. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
So when did you request the audit of Mr. Peterson's emails?
Likely during the onset of the investigation.
So in the beginning, probably?
Yes,
And the investigation went from, you said, I think November to February. Do I have that correct?
correct.
Okay. So in that time, you weren't provided with Mr. Peterson's emails, correct?
I was not.
Okay. And you asked for the emails so that you could audit them as part of your investigation, right?
I wouldn't audit versus review or look at probably would be a more appropriate language. But yes, I would have liked to have reviewed them.
Okay, but you used the word audit, so that's what I'm going with, right?
The word audit would have been like an IT audit by the district. Not me personally auditing the emails. It maybe the word choice could have been better, but in as easy
It's
English
fine.
as possible.
Yeah. Mr. Sachs, I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
we're going to try and stick to yes or no questions, get through it. And if Ms. Lubinsky has anything she wants you to explain further, she'll let you. And you're an attorney, so you've told people that before, right?
Sure.
So let's keep it moving. And I understand what you said. Now, did you ever look at any emails from any other school staff, like Garvey emails or emails from board members, except for that one email you mentioned about the agenda? Were there any other emails you reviewed from school staff?
If I did not list it on that summary, then I did not review it.
Okay, and so I'll just go back up to this summary, and you can agree it's not listed there, right?
Correct.
Okay, so safe to say that you didn't review it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And even after your investigation, did the school ever provide you with that audit that you asked for?
No.
And this report we're looking at here, this is the final. You said this isn't the final and complete report, correct? You said there was one more you submitted that had just typos fixed, right?
Yes, there was one more with 2 typos.
Okay,
But
but
something like that.
Okay, in substance, though, this is the same as the final and accurate report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you also and wait, actually, let me back up a little bit. You said that you emailed this to Shayna Lewis, the school board's attorney, correct?
Correct.
And did you also brief anybody in person or over the phone?
I may have had a phone call at some point. I don't have a specific recollection though.
Okay. Now, if you had briefed anyone outside of this report, would the information you have provided them also been contained in this report? What I'm getting at is, I guess let me be a little more artful there. Is everything in your investigation is contained in this report, and there was no extraneous conversation you had that contained other information, correct?
Your statement's correct.
Thank you. And I believe Ms. Lubinsky asked you if you included everything in the interviews with interviewees, and you said I erred on the side of being inclusive. Is that correct?
Correct.
But I guess you did omit things that were completely irrelevant, right?
I don't have a recollection of what I did or didn't do with that.
Did you include everything you thought was relevant in this brief?
Yes.
Great. So I also noticed you don't have Garvey listed as an interviewee. That's correct, right?
If it's there, then I listed it. Yes.
Okay, so I mean, I see that you had a conversation with him on these pages where he gave you these bullet pointed items, correct?
Those bullet points would have been provided to me by an email.
Okay, by an email. But I didn't want to have the interview summaries. Dr. Garvey's not in there, so you didn't have an actual interview with Dr. Garvey, did you?
I did not.
So all of the information you got from Dr. Garvey was from communications that you did not consider to be an interview, correct?
Correct.
Great. So you also listed all the names of the people you interviewed. I'm not trying to make you sick, but I'm just scrolling through it, and there's a certain order to them. It's not alphabetical. So I'm wondering, is this order of interviewees that did you put these summaries down in the order that you interviewed them?
They may not be exactly in the order I interviewed them, but they're probably they are grouped by day or session of interviews.
Okay, so the chronology of interviews is loosely tied to the way they're laid out in this report, correct?
Correct. So the person this goes such that she could have been not necessarily the first person I interviewed, but could have been second or third or fourth if I interviewed that many people on that day.
And when you wrote, let's strike that. When you interviewed Ms. Kostic here, I read that she says that Jeff would sit in on PTO meetings while parents made vile statements about board members. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you ask her what vile statements were made?
I don't believe I asked her what the specific statements were. No.
Why not?
I believe that I did not find it necessarily what the parents were saying to be the exact statements that parents made were relevant. That would be my best recollection.
So you thought it was not relevant, but you still included it, correct?
Yes, it's there.
Okay, and I just want to parse that answer out a little bit. You said that the statements parents were making. Did you talk to parents about the statements that were made?
I did not speak to any parents.
Okay, so you don't know.
Other than to the extent a board member may have a student in the district, I don't remember if they did or didn't, though.
But Ms. Kostic here, you didn't ask her what she meant by vile statements, so you don't know what she's referring to, right?
I do not.
Okay. Now, Ms. Kostic also said that she believed that Jeff told the teachers that Garvey was terrible and they should not listen to him. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Now, did you ask her why she believed that?
I don't have a recollection of exactly what she said or why I didn't ask her questions.
Do you think it's important to get an understanding of why someone formed their belief and what evidence they based their belief off of?
As a general concept, yes.
Okay. But you didn't do that here, right?
I did not.
Okay. Now I'm going to move down to the bottom here. I have another highlighted thing, and it says, I'm just going to read it, okay? So pretend there's quote marks around what I say. She said that she feels that Mr. Peterson shouldn't be around children, and there is something darker there. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
And you actually put quote marks around shouldn't be around children, and then you put quote marks around something darker there, correct?
Correct.
And so that I believe you told your attorney if you put quote marks on something, it was verbatim or really close to it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you ask what she meant by that phrase, that Mr. Peterson shouldn't be around children and that there's something darker there?
If I didn't include it in the report, then I likely did not.
Were you at all concerned that perhaps Ms. Kostic had unreasonable fears of Peterson because he's a gay man?
That did not. No. No.
No.
No.
But you
No.
didn't ask her though, right? You didn't ask her why he shouldn't be around children, did you?
No, I did not ask her that.
Okay. Now, you also interviewed Amanda Falaschi, right? And she's the next person on the list, correct?
Correct.
And she told you that Jeff asked people to vote against her when she was running for the school board. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you ask her where she got this information?
On this one, I believe that I may have asked her, yes.
Okay. Did you put that in the report?
That's not in the report, no.
Well, why? So you asked her. Do you remember what she told you of how she got the information?
My best recollection is that people told her that.
Did you ask who told her that?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. Do you think it's important to find out who told someone something when they're forming a belief about it?
As a general concept, sometimes, yes.
But you didn't do that here, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Now, Falaschi also told you down at this next thing here that he, referring to Peterson, had questionable items in his personnel folder and thinks the district can do better. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Did you ask her which items she thought were questionable?
I don't believe I specifically did, no.
Do you think that's an important bit of information to get from a witness who's telling you that there's questionable items in there?
In this case, no, because I had his personnel file available to me.
But you didn't want to know which ones she found questionable?
I didn't find her opinion about which ones were questionable necessarily particularly relevant at that point.
And she says here in the next one, it says, she said that she heard the pro Mr. Peterson staff were working with the teachers union to put a script together in response to any investigation interviews. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her where she heard this from?
If it's not in there, I probably did not have to ask her further.
Okay. Now, do you think it's important to find out where she's getting her information?
With this particular witness, I must not have believed it was important.
Okay. But I mean, you're an attorney, and when hearsay, I mean, granted, while it may be useful, don't you agree that it's important to determine the source of the hearsay?
Sometimes as a general premise, yes.
Okay. And you also interviewed Gwen Keller. See that?
Correct.
Okay. And she mentions down here an issue with a sewer smell. Do you recall that?
I can see that, yes.
Okay. And now, did you review any emails between Jeff and staff to confirm that Jeff didn't address the sewer smell?
I did not review any additional emails, no.
Okay. And now, let's say you had, hypothetically, a bunch of emails from Jeff to custodians and Jeff to other people talking about this sewer smell, would that have undermined Ms. Keller's credibility, in your opinion?
Potentially if she was privy to the emails,
Okay, so if it's an email where she's copied on, correct?
yeah, perhaps, yeah.
Okay, but you didn't review any of Mr. Peterson's emails, right?
I did not.
Okay. And down below it says that she also thinks that Mr. Peterson had been sharing confidential information. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Now, did you ask her why she thought this?
I may have, but I did not put it in the report, so I don't have a recollection if I did or did not.
Okay, I mean, does sharing confidential information sound like the kind of thing you were investigating?
Not particularly relevant to the focus of the investigation, I would say.
Okay. And then you interviewed Janelle Wise, right? See?
Yes.
And then below it says that she said she saw Mr. Peterson engage in manipulative behavior. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you ask her what she meant by this?
Other than what I wrote in the next sentence, no.
And you wrote the next sentence, she felt that he treated people differently, right? And if he did not feel like he could manipulate you, the type and frequency of his interactions were different. Is that right?
That would be the extent, yes.
But you don't say what she meant by manipulative behavior, do you?
No.
Did you ask her what she meant by manipulative behavior?
It doesn't. I don't have a recollection, but if I didn't write it in there, I would assume not.
Okay. And now it also says that Ms. Wise said that she believed that Jeff tried to pit the PTO against the board and keep a divide between them. I paraphrase that, but is that right? I'll cursor it there. See?
Yeah, I say that was what I would have written, summarized her statement. Yes.
And why did she believe this?
I don't have a recollection or of what she said or further said if it's not in the report.
It's not. Yeah, so it's not in the report, right?
Correct.
Okay. So it's safe to say that you didn't put it in the report, right?
No, I didn't put it in the report.
Okay. And now let's go down below a little bit. I see you have also interviewed Ms. Amy Helvig, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that she's the board member who voted that in favor of renewing Jeff's contract, Mr. Peterson's contract, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And I see you have just one paragraph for her. Is that correct? This is the extent of her interview summary?
Yes, yes, that would be it. Yep.
Okay. Relatively short compared to the last couple we went through, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Helvig told you, and I didn't highlight this one, but I'll find it right now. Yeah, right here. I'll go ahead and highlight it now. She told you that she did not feel that Mr. Peterson was subverting the board, right?
Correct.
Now, did you ask her why she thought that?
If I had, I likely did not because it's not in my notes, but not in my report.
Did you ask her about any of the allegations made by any of the other board members about Peterson?
I don't believe that I did. If it's
You
not,
didn't?
yeah.
Okay. Is there a reason you didn't ask her about that? Those allegations?
I would not have wanted to influence one way or another any of the other board members' testimony, so I would not have shared anything with other board members that I had asked to the other board members.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess you didn't ask her about the allegations that specific allegations about Mr. Peterson that other people had made?
I did not ask her. No, I had not.
And is the reason that her testimony is so short compared to, or not testimony, strike that, is the reason her interview summary is so short compared to the ones around it because you were only looking for incriminating information about Peterson?
No,
Is it because you're avoiding information that would challenge the allegations of misconduct?
no.
Okay. I also noticed, we'll skip it out a bit, they have a very short summary of Mr. Wallner's interview too. Do you see this?
Yes.
And I guess before we go there, we're on page 7 now. Let's go back up to page 1, and you described Mr. Wallner as a past board president, right?
Correct.
So do you know if he was a board president at any time that Peterson was working there?
I knew he was board president at some point when Mr. Peterson was working for the district. Yes.
Are you sure about that?
I believe so, but that would have.
Okay.
I can't say for sure because I don't have a recollection necessarily or independent recollection of it.
Could it have been a mistake?
I'm sorry,
have
I'm
been a
not
mistake?
following. What mistake?
Well, he
Yeah.
describes Mr. Wallner up here on page 1. I'll go back to it. I'm sorry, not page 1. Yeah, page 1. He describes Mr. Wallner as the past board president, and he said that Mr. Wallner was. Well, actually, strike the question. I'll ask it differently. So you said that Mr. Wallner, you weren't sure if Mr. Wallner was the board president when Mr. Peterson was working there. Is that right?
If I had interviewed him I remember interviewing him or calling him about about his contractual status. So I assumed he would have had some overlap with Mr. Peterson then.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Wallner about giving Mr. Peterson a raise after his first year, Mr. Peterson's first year as principal?
I may have because that was a topic that I asked the individuals who I was trying to explore the contractual status for.
But you didn't include that in the interview description of Mr. Wallner, correct?
I don't want to speculate, so no.
You didn't include it, I said, like in your writing.
No, I did not include it. No.
And but you said you were aware that he had given that Mr. Peterson got a raise, correct?
I said I don't have a specific recollection. I believe I would have asked this type of witness about whether he received the raise as part of exploring the contractual status.
And it says below that he had no issues or concerns with Mr. Peterson's past conduct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Did he say? Did Mr. Wallner say anything positive about Mr. Peterson?
If I remember correctly, he was not particularly interested in talking to me, and it was a very short conversation.
Is that why this is so short?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Wallner why he gave Mr. Peterson a raise?
I'm
gonna object to the
I
form.
don't
There's
even
no
remember.
evidence. Hold on. Wes, you can cure this. A board president alone does not give a raise. So you want to fix that?
Yeah. Did you ask Mr. Wallner if if he approved Mr. Peterson's raise?
I don't have a independent recollection of it.
Did you ask Mr. Wallner about Mr. Peterson's performance during Mr. Peterson's first year?
I likely did not ask him about that.
And now I see, let's see. I see Steve Harder, also a relatively short paragraph about Mr. Harder. Do you see that?
Correct.
And Mr. Harder was the superintendent when Mr. Peterson first got hired, right?
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Harder about the raise that Mr. Peterson got his first year?
I don't. Now that I read this, I don't know exactly what you. I may have been confused about what you meant by a raise his first year.
Yeah, let me set some foundation here. So I'm gonna say that Mr. Peterson had a contract for the 21-22 school year. And then while he was negotiating the contract for the 22-23 school year, he received a raise. Do you accept that as being true?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Okay. So that raise is what I'm talking about. And did you discuss that raise after Mr. Peterson's first year with Mr. Harder?
Um, I don't have a recollection of talking about a raise as opposed to being made like deputy superintendent or a different position.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Now I see a really long summary of Mrs. Fuchs' testimony, and let me just go to the top of it. I guess it starts right here. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it goes on to about maybe 3/4 of the way down the next page. Is that an accurate description?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back to the top now. Ms. Fuchs, you said, was one of the people that was, along with Mr. Garvey, helping you pick the interviewees, correct?
Correct.
And I posed to you that Mr. Garvey, Superintendent Garvey, referred to her as the confidential assistant, and you said you had never heard that phrase before, correct?
Correct.
You referred to as the district secretary, right?
Admin assistant of some sort. Yes.
Okay. And in the interview summary, I see that she says right here, it says she also noticed that teachers were not being held accountable for anything. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, did you ask her why she believed that?
I don't believe I did. If it's not in the report.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it, but
Yeah.
I mean, so if it's not in the report, you didn't ask her why she had that belief, right?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that Peterson, while he was the principal, wrote a letter of reprimand for a teacher?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that also while he was the principal, Mr. Peterson placed a different teacher, Steve Shahoney, I believe his name was, on a performance improvement plan?
I have no recollection of that.
Okay. And it also says here in the next highlighted area, it says, Mr. Peterson made it clear to staff that Mr. Garvey took the supplies away from them. Actually, scratch that. I don't need to ask you about that one. The one below that, it says, Ms. Fuchs heard that someone took a picture of the books being thrown away, but did not see it. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Did you ask her where she heard that?
Doesn't look like I did. No.
Okay. And I also see down here you have Ms. Fuchs telling you that I'm going to read it. She says, Ms. Fuchs also confirmed that her daughter had sent a picture of Mr. Peterson meeting with Amy Helvig at Starbucks while she was running for school board. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, did you ask her why she thought this was inappropriate?
I don't believe. I don't know. It doesn't say that she. Based on what I'm reading, it doesn't necessarily mean she thought it was inappropriate, but I did not ask her anything else about it.
Okay, so why is it included here, I guess?
I guess I included as an over inclusion of information.
Okay.
And I
Now, did you
probably
ask her if Mr. Peterson met with other school board candidates also?
I did not ask Miss Fuchs that. No.
Now, I see also that Ms. Fuchs took issues with the scavenger hunt somewhere in here. Do you recall that?
I recall different witnesses referencing a scavenger hunt issue from it was like a prior year. It was
Do you recall Ms. Fuchs specifically mentioning it to you?
unless it was it was in there somewhere, then she had mentioned it. If it's not in there, then she did not mention it.
Okay, so I guess, did she tell you that did Ms. Fuchs tell you that she was the person who was upset that teachers went to her house during the scavenger hunt?
Uh, if it's not in the report, then she did not share that with me.
Now I see another relatively long interview summary with Ms. Patty Hoppus. Would you also agree with that description?
I only can see the first two paragraphs, but yes, that's a longer one. Yes.
Okay. And she says that she heard a rumor about Mr. Peterson taking a picture of throwing out curriculum in a dumpster, but she never saw it. Is that right?
That's right.
Did you ask her where she heard the rumor?
I probably did not if it's not in the report.
Okay. She also mentions a candlelight lunch with a student. Did you ask her more about this?
That particular, I don't believe so, no.
Did you ask her if other teachers or principals ever had lunch with students?
No,
Did she tell you that this lunch with a student was with a board member's child?
no. I
Did
would
she
have,
tell you? Did she tell you that this was from an event that was an auction to raise money for the school?
if I did not reference that point, she then likely did not tell me that. Yes.
Did you ever see photos of this candlelit lunch with a student?
No.
So I'm going to posit to you that there are still photos of this candlelit lunch that are on Raymond School's Facebook page. Have you seen those?
No.
So hypothetically, if you saw photos of what Hoppus referred to as a candlelit lunch, and it was obvious that she mischaracterized the event, would it have affected her credibility?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. Now here we got Rebecca Bookman, and I understand you meant to write Rebecca Brockman, right? So I won't belabor that, but I just want to make sure we're talking about Rebecca Brockman here, correct?
Now that I see that, I believe that was the typo.
Okay.
I correct.
And,
Yeah.
and I'm not going to harp on you for a typo, but I'm just going to point it out so everyone knows that in this section you refer to her as Miss Bookman, right? But then back on the, I'm going to jump up here. On the list of staff, you refer to her as Rebecca Brockman. Do you concur with that?
Yes.
So that Bookman and Brockman are the same person, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you ever learn that Ms. Brockman was given a letter of reprimand by Mr. Peterson?
I believe she told me that. Yes.
Did she tell you that she was given that letter of reprimand because a representative from Children's Hospital filed a formal complaint about her?
No, she did not say that, and that I don't have any recollection of that.
Maybe does it refresh your memory? Did she tell you that a formal complaint was filed against her for saying that a special ed student needed to suck it up, Buttercup?
No, I no information about that.
Okay. Are you aware that Ms. Brockman was given a significant raise at some time after Mr. Peterson was ousted?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did you learn that Ms. Brockman was given a promotion to Dean of Students after Peterson was ousted?
I have no knowledge of that.
So could these last three facts I mentioned, the raise, the promotion, and the reprimand letter, could they have affected your assessment of Ms. Brockman's credibility potentially?
I'm just gonna object on the grounds that you state these three facts. Those facts have not been proven in evidence. I don't have an objection to you asking if it's true, would they have affected? So you can rephrase in my
Yeah,
judgment.
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So if those last three facts, I'll strike the question first. If those last three facts I said to you are true, and what I'm saying are that Miss Brockman was given a letter of reprimand, she received a raise, and she received a promotion, would those have potentially affected your assessments of Ms. Brockman's credibility?
Potentially, but the
Okay.
fact that she received
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, potentially, right? If you want to
Potentially,
explain it
yes.
further, yeah, great. So now I see here you also have down below you interviewed Ms. Sarah Doctor, correct?
Yes.
And she said that other staff members told her that Mr. Peterson was talking badly about her behind her back. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Did you ask her who told her this?
I don't see it in the immediate sentences around it, so I probably not.
Why not? Okay. Now, do you think if you could have tracked down the people that told her that, you may have been able to get to someone who actually saw it?
Potentially.
Potentially, right? Would have been a good thing to would have been a good thing to do, right?
Maybe.
So,
Yep.
also down here, it says Mr. Peterson is playing the sexual orientation card. Do you see that? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the entire time you're doing these interviews, were you ever concerned that perhaps Mr. Peterson's discrimination complaint was legitimate, and there were people there that were afraid of him because he was a gay man?
I'm gonna object, that's a compound question. Although Sachs is a lawyer, so he probably can answer both, but you did ask him 2 questions
Did I
there.
ask two? I thought it was one. Okay, thought it was one question. So I guess you were aware that Mr. Peterson had a discrimination claim, correct? Open against the Raymond School, correct?
I knew there was an ERD claim of some sort, yes.
Okay. At some point, did you hear that he had a discrimination claim?
I don't likely after the investigation was completed.
Okay. After you turned it into Ms. Shayna Lewis?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so the entire time you're writing this report, you had no idea that Peterson had a discrimination claim that he
I
filed.
I was aware that a claim had been filed. I did not know any of the details or the specifics of the claim.
Okay, now I'm going to read this whole last sentence of Ms. Doctor's.
Let me pause, but you just to clear, I'm a little confused by that sequence. You were aware it was an ERD complaint prior to the completion of your investigation. You were aware that specifically an ERD complaint had been filed, understanding that that can be any number of things, but let me break it down. I think you admitted that there was, or said that there was, you were aware that a complaint had been filed, correct, before you finished your report?
Correct.
And you were also aware that it was an ERD complaint that had been filed?
Correct.
Okay. But then you were saying you weren't aware that it was a discrimination complaint until later?
I didn't learn about the specific protected characteristic or that
I
was
see.
discrimination versus retaliation until after the investigation was done. It wasn't material, so all I knew that there was an ERD complaint filed.
Are you good, Judge?
Sorry,
Yes.
go ahead.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So I guess this part I have highlighted here, I'm gonna read that the whole thing now. It says she also thinks Mr. Peterson that Mr. Peterson is playing the sexual orientation card, and that no one has ever talked about that or viewed his sexual orientation as negative, and that his sexual orientation was a non-issue at school. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, when Ms. Doctor told you that, did that give you some indication that maybe Mr. Peterson had filed a discrimination complaint?
I don't believe I had even thought. Don't think I thought that at the time. No.
Okay, so you didn't make that connection then.
No.
Now, I'm getting to a section where we have a few things of interviews with people who said positive things about Mr. Peterson. The first one, I believe, is Shelley Karen. Did I say that name correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And did she tell you that Mr. Peterson was not involved in certain teachers not eating breakfast with the board? I can scroll down.
If I have no recollection other than what's in the report. So
Okay. I'll find it for you. So this part here, I just highlighted it for you. Do you see that? Just read it to
Yeah.
yourself. Read it to
Yes.
yourself. Okay. And see, it says she said that Mr. Peterson was not involved and it was more of a spur of the moment thing. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And she's referring to the certain teachers not eating breakfast with the board, right?
Or accepting breakfast from the board. Yeah, that situation. Yes.
Okay. And did she explain to you why she made the decision of not having a breakfast with the board?
I don't. If it's not in that report, then I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you ask her?
Doesn't appear so. No.
Okay. Now we'll go down to Ms. Stacy Stock here. Do you see her testimony here?
Yes.
And it is just 3 paragraphs, similar to the one above it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 3, maybe 4 paragraphs, depending where the page break is. Again, relatively short. Would you agree?
Yeah, three paragraphs. Yep.
Yeah. This one, the last one was 3, maybe 4. Agreed.
Yes.
And would you agree this is relatively short compared to a lot of the testimony you received from others? Or not testimony, I'm sorry. A lot of the interview summaries you wrote about other people.
Yes.
And here you say Stacy Stock teaches 7th and 8th grade and has worked in the district since 2000. Your next sentence says she was ultra pro Mr. Peterson. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And that was your assessment of Ms. Stock, right? That she was ultra pro Mr. Peterson?
Yes, that was my assessment.
Now, in this report anywhere, did you ever write that anyone was ultra anti Mr. Peterson?
I don't know, I did not use those words, no.
Did you think it was important to characterize her as being ultra pro Mr. Peterson?
In this case, I did, yes.
And is that partially to discredit her, what she had to tell you?
It was to reflect my impression that she was not going to say anything negative whatsoever, no matter what.
Okay.
Which is yeah.
Now, she said a lot of good things about Mr. Peterson then, obviously, right?
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't have a recollection because I don't have beyond what's in that summary.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot in here about what she said, Mr. Peters, like how she described Mr. Peterson's performance, is there? You just read it, right?
It says what it says, yes.
Yeah. So, she also says that Peterson didn't say anything negative about Garvey or the board or anything that undermines them, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she also says that I'm gonna highlight this for you. This paragraph I just highlighted. It says
Yeah.
that she participated in the breakfast incident and that they did not eat, but they wanted to speak to board members about their concerns and use this as an opportunity to get access to them being the board members, right?
Yes.
And she said it was her own initiative, not directed by Mr. Peterson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also tell you that there wasn't a division among teachers?
Yes.
And you also interviewed, let's see, we'll just skip. I mean, there's Bob Welsh. He's the custodian of the school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, let's back up. I'm sorry. Let's go to Ms. Ms. Wattenpool. Does that sound right to you?
Your pronunciation is as good as mine on how to pronounce it.
And now you said this is her 2nd year at the district. Is that correct?
Yes.
So relatively new to the district, right?
Correct.
And she also says that there was not a staff divide, right? And I'll just let you read through. It's only one short paragraph you read about Mrs. Wattenpool, so I think you could read that pretty quickly, right?
So your question is, did she say something about a staff divide? Is that the pending question?
Yeah. Did she say that there was not a staff divide?
I don't believe I used those words in
Okay.
that summary.
But based on what she told you in her interview, would you have gathered, based on what you wrote here, that she didn't feel that there was one?
No, I would agree with your statement.
Okay, great. And it says that you had the impression that she wasn't not refusing. Actually, I need you to translate that for me. I'm going to read it aloud, and you tell me what you meant. You said, I had the impression that she was not refusing to say negative things about Mr. Peterson, and then, but rather genuinely had no involvement. That first part of that sentence, what does that mean exactly? The not thing that was thrown out.
My impression, she wasn't hiding anything.
Okay, she had nothing bad to say about Mr. Peterson, right?
And that was genuine, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we go down to Bob Welch, who we already established as the custodian, right?
Maintenance head, but yes, for custodians, if that's the
Okay.
the semantics, whatever that means.
Okay. And we can use those words interchangeably then, I guess, right? We can agree on
Sure.
that. Okay. And now it says down here in this part I have highlighted that Mr. Welch was aware of the breakfast incident, but just heard that some staff refused to eat because the food was prepared and served by the board in some kind of protest. Then it goes on. Mr. Welch also commented that the scavenger hunt was inappropriate. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly, yes.
Did you ask him where he had heard that from?
Which sentence?
What right here, the first line, it says, but just heard that some staff refused to eat.
If I didn't, it doesn't look like I asked him any further questions about that.
Okay. And did you ask him anything else about if he was involved in the scavenger hunt?
No.
Okay. Did you ask him why he thought it was inappropriate?
I did not ask him, no.
And then we'll go down and I see a relatively short entry for Ms. Elaine Cowlett. Do you see that?
Correct.
And now I'm going to highlight this sentence right here. Do you see where I just highlighted?
Yes, I see the sentence, yes.
And she said that she thought there was no staff divide, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did she tell you that she didn't see anything that made her think that Mr. Peterson was trying to undermine or distance himself from the board or Garvey? I'll highlight that portion for you.
Yes.
Okay. Now here's an interview with Ms. Liz Lutke, and this one is also I don't know, it's about a page long, I'd say. Do you agree? This
Yeah,
page, part of
approximately.
the one. Okay. And with Ms. Lutke, you said that Ms. Lukey said that quite often during team leader committee let me start over. Ms. Lutke said that quite often during team leader committee meetings, Mr. Peterson would say, well, you'd have to ask Garvey about that. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Did you ask her any more about that?
If it's not referenced in the report, I likely did not.
Did you ever consider that if maybe Jeff was trying to include Garvey when he made comments like you'd have to ask Dr. Garvey?
What's the question?
Did you ever consider that these alleged comments that Mr. Peterson, these comments that Mr. Peterson is alleged to have made, such as, well, you'd have to ask Dr. Garvey about that. Did you ever consider that a comment like that may have been Mr. Peterson trying to include Garvey?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. And you know that Mr. Peterson was both the principal and the interim superintendent for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
And so wouldn't it make sense that people would still go to him for things that the superintendent was in charge of?
I'm going to object to the form of that question. It's vague as to time. Are you talking about when he was the interim or after
No.
Garvey?
What I'm saying is this. I'll lay it out and make sure we all understand what I'm saying. It's important, I think. Mr. Peterson, for a period of time, was both the principal and the interim superintendent. And then Dr. Garvey got hired to fill the role of interim superintendent, and he was a part-time superintendent, right?
Yes, he was a part-time superintendent. Yep.
So after Garvey got there, would it make sense to you that perhaps some staff and teachers weren't quite clear on the distinction between the principal and superintendent because one person had filled that role?
What's the question? Is that possible?
Yeah, is that a possibility? I mean, do you think that's a possibility? Did you answer? I couldn't hear you.
I guess sitting here today, yes, that's a possibility.
Okay, great. And would it make sense to you that maybe Peterson was trying to make sure he didn't step on the new superintendent's toes and make sure that if someone asked him a superintendent question, he was referring to the superintendent?
Not particularly.
Okay. Now, I guess we'll keep going down. You talked to someone named Ms. Corber, right?
Yes.
Relatively short interview summary, right?
Yes.
And she said she didn't notice a staff divide until the stuff with Mr. Peterson came up. Is that right?
Correct.
And when she's referring to the stuff with Mr. Peterson, she's referring to the non-renewal and stuff, right?
Objection.
That would be
I withdraw my objection. Go ahead, Attorney Sachs.
that would be my reading of that sentence.
Okay. And she also said that, or she also said she thought that everyone got along. Is that right?
Yes, I wrote that.
Okay. And then she says if she feels like it's more of a divide between staff and administration, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her why she thought that?
Doesn't not look like I did in this based on my report.
Did she also say that she had no knowledge of any undermining activity or statements distancing himself from Garvey or the board there?
Yes, she said that.
And she's referring to Mr. Peterson, right?
Yes.
And you also interviewed Miss, is that Miss or Mr. Wolf?
Mr.
Wolf. And did he tell you that he also never saw Peterson trying to undermine the board?
Yes.
Okay. And did you describe Mr. Wolf as overly positive?
If I used, I'm reading through, but I specifically remember him being incredibly positive. Yes.
Like incredibly positive, like you'd expect a PE teacher to be, maybe, or something, or incredibly positive with his comments about Mr. Peterson?
I remember with his comments about Mr. Peterson or his tone with Mr. Peterson.
Okay. But you didn't really put a whole lot of it's only 2 paragraphs you wrote about your interview with Mr. Wolf, right?
Yes, there's 2 paragraphs.
And you didn't really yeah. So at the very last sentence here, I'll highlight it now. I see it. Mr.
Yeah.
Wolf was overtly, not overly, my fault, overtly positive. Did I read that part correctly now?
Yes.
And it says he did not say anything remotely negative about Mr. Peterson, right?
Correct.
What were the positive things he said about Mr. Peterson?
Always extremely professional and helpful with him would be the statement I included.
Okay. And that's the overt positivity you're referring to?
It could also be referring to his tone or his body language as well, but that would be my impression. Yes.
Okay. And finally, here we have Mr. Peterson's interview. See that?
Correct.
So I guess one thing, Ms. Lubinsky was talking to you about you and I scheduling Mr. Peterson's interview, right?
Correct.
And I just want to be clear because I think you talked about Mr. Peterson's father passing away, and you talked about me telling you that he had COVID, right?
Correct.
But you also canceled an interview, right? Due to weather, correct?
Yeah, I believe the week of the interview we canceled one day. Canceled because it was icy conditions. Yeah.
Yeah. You're driving it. I get it. But point is, you and I had a bit of a conversation about that, right? About the scheduling the interview, right?
Yes, we emailed back and forth on that. Correct.
That's right. And do you remember what day you actually interviewed Mr. Peterson?
I believe it was in the morning of February 6th.
That's correct. Yes, I agree with that. That's what I have in my calendar also, and my emails. So let's talk about Mr. Peterson's interview. There's a time in this interview with Mr. Peterson in which he talks about this incident that Ms. Keller brought up. And I'm going to tell you this incident. You tell me if I'm describing it correctly. Ms. Keller described to you an incident where Mr. Peterson, in a public board meeting, recanted support for a replacement to the SEL curriculum. Did I say that accurately?
Yeah, that's an accurate summary.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson explained to you, I'm gonna say it, and if you don't agree, let me know, because I think you just told Ms. Lubinsky. Mr. Peterson told you that in a private meeting, he had picked 3 different possible replacements. And then during the board meeting, Ms. Keller said that he had chosen a particular SEL curriculum. That's what Mr. Peterson told you, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson said, no, that's not true. Actually, we have 3 things to choose from. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's accurate summary of what I have in the report. Yeah.
Okay. And did you find that to be a reasonable explanation of the event?
Yeah, I found that to be yes.
And now, you also talked in this next. You also talk a little bit about with Ms. Lubinsky about Deb Keither, correct?
Correct.
And let's actually go to the summary here. So I'm going to highlight this whole paragraph here. Well, actually, maybe not. Do you see the paragraph I just highlighted?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, you know what? Strike that. We're going to go down. I think we're strike that. I want to go to your summary portion. Give me 1 sec. I apologize. I guess before I go there, one question. You state here in Mr. Peterson's interview summary. This is. I'm just going to scroll up so you can see I'm still there, right? So this is Jeff Peterson, right?
Yes.
And this down here in 2 pages, you see this highlighted part. That's still his interview summary, correct?
Yes.
And in his interview summary, you say Mr. Peterson's response to this question was notable as he appeared to be holding back or otherwise carefully choosing his words. Is that right?
Yes, that's accurate.
So you perceived him as taking a long time to answer the question, and that was notable, correct?
That's what my statement there leads me to believe. Yes.
Okay. And is that an issue of credibility for you?
Yes.
Okay. Someone's taking too long to answer a question, it could reflect that they're not as credible as you'd like.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Let me go down to give me 1 sec. I apologize. Here, down here on page 23 of your report, there's a little summary paragraph. Do you see?
Yes.
And you say you're talking about staff. I'm going to read the. Actually, I'm going to highlight all of it so you can see where I'm reading from. You say staff members that made overtly positive statements about Mr. Peterson were not particularly credible. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And you actually explain why here. You say each responded so quickly to each question that it was evident that they were motivated by a desire to support Mr. Peterson. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the opposite side of the spectrum of the waiting too long
Okay, so
or taking too much time.
Mr. Peterson was taking too much time to answer. He was thinking too much about the answers to his questions, and the people that supported him were answering too quickly. Is that correctly?
That would be yes. That's correct interpretation of it. Yep.
Right. And that's the only issue. That's the only thing you raise about credibility, with the exception of this paragraph here. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the only way you're determining credibility is 1, from the amount of time it's taking them to answer your questions. And then here you say the other witnesses spoke with emotion and appeared credible based on the review of their tone, body language, and demeanor. So you're saying here, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying the witnesses that did not support Mr. Peterson were credible because of their tone, body language, and demeanor. But the witnesses that did support Mr. Peterson were not credible, right?
That was my interpretation. Yes.
Okay. And you said tone, body language, and demeanor. You didn't put any details there though, did you?
I did not.
So what about their tone, body language, and demeanor made them so credible?
I do have recollection. I don't remember which witness, but being on the verge of tears or being voice shaking or being speaking with along those lines.
So why wouldn't you put that in here?
It didn't make it into the report. I don't have a reason why or why not.
Okay. Would you think it's important to describe exactly what led you to these conclusions so that someone reading it could evaluate them?
It potentially, yes.
Okay. And you say, similarly, Mr. Peterson's denials for the most part did not appear credible based on review of his tone, body language, and demeanor. Same thing there. You didn't explain what exactly about it, right?
I did not.
Okay. You just was pretty conclusory statement, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back up. I got a little off track, but I wanted to put those two things next to each other. So let's see. Yeah, here's another thing. You say you're talking about someone named Deb Keither, right?
Debbie Keither, correct.
Yep. And you say that you heard from people you interviewed that Dr. Garvey asked Mr. Peterson who that lady is, and allegedly he said, "I don't know." Is that right?
Correct.
And you say that down here, this highlighted portion, you say it was later learned that Ms. Keither had written the augmentation that Mr. Peterson submitted to the HYA report that indicated that the district should not consider him as superintendent. And it says this was evident because Ms. Keither signed the document. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
So did you see the augmentation that you're talking about here?
I must have, yes.
Okay, did you notice that it had Keither in big letters in the letterhead portion of it?
I don't have an independent recollection of the document.
Okay. Well, you say it was later learned that Miss Keither had written the augmentation. What do you mean by it was later learned? Like, explain that to me, please. Later learned by whom?
I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate it.
You wrote
I
it here, and I'm trying to figure out
yeah,
what you read. What
it
wrote.
may not have been the best managed. It's either it was later learned by by Dr. Garvey or Miss Fuchs, or the district,
Okay.
or it could be
So you know that Mr. Peterson submitted something called the Keither augmentation, right?
yes,
And you know that it has Miss Keither's signature on it, right?
yes.
And you say you don't remember if it had letterhead that had Keither in big letters in the top, but I'll take your word on that, right?
I I believe I'll take your word on it, sure.
Well, I'll take your word that you don't remember, but
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
we have it entered in, I believe. So you know that Mr. Peterson gave that report to the board and Garvey in May of 2023, don't you?
I I believe that's accurate date. Yes.
All right. And I believe actually the report says Keither Consulting at the very top of the report. And now you say that she became active in board meetings later in the summer of 2023, right?
If I don't have the timeline memorized, but if it's that's what I referenced. That would be the timing.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson testified to you in his interview, or he responded in your interview question, that he did hire Ms. Keither to write an augmentation for the HYA report, right?
Yes.
He didn't try and hide that at all, right?
No.
And he presented to the board that he had hired her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So was his explanation to you at all credible that he had hired Ms. Keither for a single purpose to submit the report on the HYA and that was it?
I didn't find that not incredible that he had hired her to write that augmentation report.
Okay. 1 second. Let's go back up to the top here. And again, we're going to, just like Ms. Lubinsky did, we're going to skip the contract status because we all agree on that. Now, employment misconduct. This is a section of your summary, correct?
Correct.
And you say here, the first sentence reads, of the individuals interviewed, there is a general perception that Mr. Peterson has been acting in the background to foster the current state of disarray and conflict in the district. conflict among staff, and conflict in the community in general. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
What do you mean by a general perception that Peterson's been acting in the background to foster disarray and conflict? General perception. What do you mean by that phrase?
I mean, that's perception is what people are reporting or necessarily stated they believe. It's supposed to reference that it's not necessarily my conclusion.
But general means it's kind of widespread. Doesn't that indicate that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what you meant by this?
Of the individuals that I interviewed, that of those people, yes, there was a perception that he had been doing those things.
Those people who were selected by Superintendent Garvey or Ms. Fuchs, right?
Yes.
Okay. And of the people you did interview, a really large portion of them didn't have this perception, right?
I wouldn't use the phrase large. I would maybe a third.
A third. Okay. A third of it. That's not large. That's not a large portion.
Hold on. I'm gonna object. That's argumentative.
Yeah, you're right. I'll skip. I'll withdraw the question. Okay. So you also say here that I'm going to read this next sentence. You say, despite this perception, the current board members did not provide any real concrete examples or any definitive proof of active subversion. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So everything the board told you about Peterson undermining them or undermining Garvey was something they heard or they believed, but not what they saw, right?
I don't know if that's the most accurate description of it.
Well,
yeah.
let's dig in. I want you to
Yeah.
explain this because you say the current board members did not provide any real concrete examples or any definitive proof of active subversion. And it says here below it, and you see the next page, board members discussed their beliefs that Mr. Peterson had secretly campaigned, et cetera, correct?
Yes, I couldn't substantiate anything that they were claiming.
Yeah, but I asked you a lot of questions about whether you asked people why they believed what they believed or where they heard what they heard. And you told me routinely throughout my questioning that you never asked those questions if it's not in the report. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So you didn't make no effort to substantiate what they were saying. Is that correct?
Yes, because I don't believe I relied on what they were saying to support my ultimate opinion or conclusions.
Okay, but you still included it. It makes up a lot of this report, doesn't it?
Yes, it's included. Yes.
And so another question I have for you too is this next line reads, despite the lack of specifics from board members, there were a few notable examples of action that we view as possible misconduct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Who's we here? Who's we?
We would refer to this law firm of Stadler and Sachs as an entity, as the investigator. It's just it was a word choice. It's my opinion.
Okay,
But it's
the royal we, right? That they call it.
That would be the royal we. That would be would be accurate.
So let me find my spot here. 1 second. Okay, let's go down. You say give me 1 sec. Okay, so here in this paragraph, I'm going to highlight it for you. Do you see that paragraph?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to click out so it's not straining in the eyes. You're talking about the social and emotional learning curriculum event thing that we just talked about that happened at the board meeting between Gwen Keller and Mr. Peterson. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you say here in this section I've highlighted, you said Mr. Peterson provided a legitimate explanation and expressed an intent not to recant support. Correct?
Correct.
And then you go on, you say, but it is questionable as to how his clarification was received by the general public. Correct?
Correct.
Did you ask anyone who heard him talk besides the board members who had that who strike that? Is your only knowledge of this incident through the board members and through Mr. Peterson?
Yes,
Okay. So you didn't talk to anyone in the general public about how they received what went on at that meeting, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And so you talk a little bit about an allegation that Mr. Peterson had a photo taken of SEL curriculum being thrown away in a dumpster. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what's the reason that you included that allegation in your report? Like, I don't understand that allegation. Like, is that subversion? Like, explain that to me.
Uh, it was the way it was phrased would be trying to do as like like a symbolic gesture to show that we're throwing out the curriculum that they should be doing or doing something to that the administration is making him do something. It was described to me as like a negative type of publicity or something along those lines.
Okay. And then down here on this sentence here, it says, while other interviewees heard a rumor about this picture, no one had actually seen it, and it does not appear to have been widely circulated. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
So you're saying that this picture, the reason you're investigating it is because it was done as some kind of propaganda, right? Is that essentially what you're saying? That's the allegation, right?
that's the allegation.
But your investigation revealed that the few people, if anyone, had actually seen it, correct?
Correct.
And it does not appear to have been widely circulated, correct?
Correct.
So at the end of your investigation, did you dismiss that allegation? Were you like, that's nothing?
I believe I did not give that very much weight, other than the fact that Miss Marty was credibly said that she had seen the picture. So that made me believe they existed, at least.
And now you also say that let's go down a little bit. You say here, the highlighted portion I have here, you say Mr. Peterson's claim to not know anything about the staff's action was not credible. Are you referring to not eating certain staff members not eating breakfast with the school board?
That was the that is in reference to that incident. Yes.
And you say it's not credible, but didn't every teacher you interview who refused to have breakfast with the board tell you that Peterson wasn't involved in this?
The ones that I interviewed, that was what they had said. Yes.
Did anybody with direct knowledge of this tell you that Mr. Peterson was directing this or had prior knowledge about it?
No one directly told me that. No.
Okay. But those people who had direct knowledge all told you that he didn't have anything to do with it, right?
Of those individuals that I had interviewed, yes.
Okay. I think we talked about the Facebook message, right?
Yes.
So you said that Mr. Peterson sent a Facebook message asking for support, something along those lines, right?
I think I include the exact language that was in there in the report.
Yeah.
It's
As a matter of fact,
yeah.
I'll go up to page 1 here just so we can see that it's listed in the page 2, I suppose. Screenshot of Jeff Peterson's Facebook message to staff, right?
Correct.
So where did you see this screenshot first?
It would have been provided to me in the packet of information that the district gave me in the onset of the investigation.
Okay. Did you include a copy of it in your report?
I did not include any of the source material in my report.
Okay. Now, when you saw this screenshot, did you see a list of people who received this message?
No, I did not see who received the message.
Right. And this is a private direct message. I think DM or IM was what my teenagers explain it, right? Is that right?
That's my understanding of it. Yes.
Okay. But you don't know who it got sent to, right?
I do not know.
And you only talked to, you said you received a copy of it, but you don't know who provided it to the school board district?
I don't have an independent recollection of who provided to the school district. No,
Would you have asked?
I may have at the time, but it's not in the report.
It's not in the report. That's right. So I guess the allegation in here seems to be that this direct message was very widespread and went out to the entire staff. It's what it says. Is that right?
I don't believe I specifically wrote that in there.
You
I
didn't say
believe
widespread. I'll withdraw that question. Did you not say that it went out to Raymond's staff?
I believe that from my reading of the message, it appeared to have gone to more than one person. Yes.
Oh, okay. And I'm not saying it didn't. So I'm just trying to figure out if you did you talk to any individual and all the people you interviewed who received this Facebook IM DM whatever?
Would not. I don't believe that anyone I talked to specifically referenced it. Otherwise, it would be on my report.
Did you ask anybody if they'd received the Facebook message to confirm it with any of the people you interviewed?
I don't have a recollection. If it's not on the report, I likely did not. Then
You just see it. So you received this report from the district, and when I say the district, it's really you and Superintendent Garvey who are doing most of the communication, right? Or Nikki Fuchs, right?
it was a screenshot was emailed to me with my original with some of these other exhibits.
Who emailed it
Yes,
to you?
I don't have a recollection of who sent the email.
Okay, but you received this as evidence that Peterson is trying to undermine or subvert the board and Dr. Garvey. Is that correct?
That would yes,
And you didn't ask anybody where it came from, correct?
correct.
You didn't ask any of your interviewees about it, correct?
I did not.
You just rolled with it, right?
I used my own interpretation of why I was reading it of the document.
So you were talking to Ms. Lubinsky earlier, and you told her that your process for doing your investigation, and you said, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. You said first you do the interviews, and then you compare what you got in the interviews to the evidence, and then you write your findings. Is that an accurate assessment of the chronology of how you do your investigation?
That's typically yes.
Okay. And how long does this process usually take from when you compile it? Like, how long does it take you? Forget the interviews. How long does it take you to compare what you heard from the interviews to the evidence you have?
Wes, are you asking in this case or across all investigations?
That's a good point. In this case, how long is that process of taking the interviews, information you received, and comparing it to the evidence?
In this case, because there was a significant delay before I was able to interview Mr. Peterson, I believe I prepared a draft of this a draft of the document, and then after conducting the interview, I was able to finalize it within a number of hours, or maybe an
Okay.
afternoon.
Yeah, and because you submitted this report the same day you interviewed Mr. Peterson, right?
Yes,
Okay, so you're the process you gave Ms. Lubinsky, maybe more of a general process, but not what you followed here in this case, right?
no. In this case, there was a draft there was a draft prior to me interviewing Mr. Peterson.
A draft of
And,
your findings?
no, not a draft of the. I don't know I don't want to speculate. I don't remember what exactly was written or not. I wouldn't have written any conclusions or of along those lines, but I would have had I would have had the witness summaries drafted, and then some of the roughed out in the conclusions findings section.
Okay, but you're in Madison, right?
West Bend,
West Bend. Okay. How far is West Bend from Milwaukee?
about 45 minutes.
45 minutes. Okay, so you came here, interviewed Mr. Peterson in the morning, right?
Correct.
And then you went back to your office and finished the report that same day, right?
Either my office or my home office.
And then you submitted the report the same day too, right?
Correct.
Okay. And give me 1 second. We were talking earlier about Ms. Kostic telling you that Mr. Peterson sat by while in a PTO meeting while parents made vile statements about the board. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I remember that. Yeah, that I knew that she made that statement.
Did you ask her if she'd ever attended a PTO meeting?
I did not ask her any additional follow up, as according to my report.
Can you tell me what the makeup, and when I say makeup, I guess looking for like a percentage or a fraction of the people you interviewed were teachers versus non-teachers?
I believe that if you look at, if I could see if you could scroll to the
Sure.
list, I could probably give you a better.
So here we go.
So
Stacy Stock, teacher, right?
I believe everyone there is either a teacher or paraprofessional, with the exception of maybe the maintenance supervisor.
One second, sorry. So I'll tell you what, instead of me listing them all, why don't you just take a look at it and tell me, let's see, you can see all of them here, right? You can see all the names here.
Yes.
Do you know how many of these people are teachers?
I believe. Are you including paraprofessionals too, or
No, just teachers.
I? I would. It's most of them would be teachers. I believe.
Most
I
of them.
know.
All right.
I.
So I'm going to posit to you that I count 7 teachers and 14 non-teachers among the 21 people that you say you interviewed. Does that sound correct to you?
There. Yeah. I don't. I'm not. I can't tell you exactly if
Okay.
that's
That's
correct
fine. That's fine.
or not. Some of them could be paraprofessionals,
That's fine.
and yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Or you know, secretaries, administrative assistants, right? That's what you're talking about, custodians, or right? There's a variety of people.
I
But
think the book.
but 7 of them are teachers, right?
That's. I don't have, if that's what you counted. I don't have a reason to dispute that or anything.
Okay. All right. Just one more second. I'm sure Ms. Levinsky's got a few questions for you. Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Sachs.
Yeah. Thanks.
Judge, I have probably less than 10 minutes if you can, and everyone can keep going. Otherwise, I'm mindful we've been going over 2 hours since our last break. I'll take your direction, Judge, but I will be quick.
Sure, just give me about a minute
Sure.
or less just to adjust my notes.
Yep.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Thanks. Attorney Sachs, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions, okay?
Sure.
You were highlighted some questions or some statements that are in your interview summaries. I want to talk very generally. You were asked a few questions about a statement somebody would make, and then did you ask a follow-up question? And you said, and I'm paraphrasing, but words to the effect of, if it's not in your report, you likely didn't include it as or you didn't ask as a follow-up question. And my question to you, Attorney Sachs, is this: why at times did you not ask follow-up questions of persons you interviewed, of statements they made to you?
If the statement that they made didn't appear to necessarily credible to me or relevant to my investigation, I likely would not continue the line of questioning.
Got it. And then you were asked a question about one particular employee. There was a reference to either pro Peterson or ultra pro Peterson, whatever those words were. And I want to be clear, were there district employees who you interviewed that to you appeared to be pro Peterson?
Yes, a decent amount of the individuals I interviewed. Yes.
Were there district employees who appeared to you to have not favorable things to say about Mr. Peterson?
Yes, another portion of the interviewees were more negatively disposed.
Okay. You were asked a question about a scavenger hunt, and I think it's probably a small point, but I want to ask you: were you aware that Mr. Peterson had received previous discipline for, I'll just call it, based on a prior investigation by a lawyer?
I was aware of it, but I did not rely on any of that as part of my investigation into what I was looking towards.
Well, and that actually is my point. So, knowing that Mr. Peterson had received discipline for conduct that was involved in a prior investigation, what weight, if any, did you place on that information that was previously investigated when you made your conclusions?
Uh, None.
Okay. All right. And then you were asked about your credibility findings, and you referenced, I think, twice in your report, tone, body language, demeanor. And you were asked, did you describe what that was, right? So I want to give you an opportunity to explain to the judge, why didn't you describe what specifically about each individual person's tone, body language, or demeanor it was that led you to make credibility assessments?
When you're interviewing 22 people and you're trying to ask questions, listen, take notes, the, sometimes writing, unless it's very, very notable, you're not necessarily going to write every single what guide your credibility determination in each instance. So sometimes it's more of a general perception when you go back and you look at your notes and you look at the summaries and you try to reflect on what you talked to and what you saw.
Okay. Lastly, you said you interviewed Mr. Peterson in the morning and then completed your report that afternoon/evening. Do you recall that testimony generally?
Yes.
Had you reached conclusions in this matter prior to your interview of Mr. Peterson?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Let me just quick look at my notes, sir. I may be done. One moment. Oh, you were asked questions about a raise Mr. Peterson may or may not have gotten. To the extent that came up, was that issue relevant only insofar as the contract matter? At least from your vantage point?
Yes, that was to the extent that he got a raise, part of becoming the interim superintendent / principal. It was just for trying to figure out his contractual status.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those are all the follow-up questions I have. Thank you, Attorney Six.
I just have two things to follow up on, if you don't mind. Ms. Lubinsky just asked you that about your lack of follow-up questions when an interviewee would say things like "I don't believe" or "I heard that from over there," and I believe you responded that you would do that if you found that what they were saying was not relevant, right? Is that what you just told her?
Yes, but that's that's what that's what I said to Ms. Lubinsky.
So, but you included a lot of those allegations in the interview portion, and then again in your summary, right?
I definitely in the interview portion. Yeah.
The document will speak for itself with the summary. But my question to you is: you knew that this would be this report would be read by somebody who's making a decision about Mr. Peterson's career, right?
Yes.
So if someone tells you something that's not relevant and you put it in the report, why not take the time to explain to whoever's reading it that these allegations weren't relevant or that they weren't substantiated? Why not take the time to explain that? Which specific, I mean, I know you make some broad comments, but you don't talk about the specific statements being not relevant. You just include them. Why not? Why not explain that?
Who's ever reading the report should at least know what has been said. And then I do believe that I clarify that in the summary, in this case, the Board of Education, for example, not being credible and me not relying on it.
Okay. And last thing, Ms. Levinsky just asked you about tone, body language, and demeanor, and I just want to clear it up. You weren't an FBI agent or a CIA agent in a former life, right?
No, just litigation attorney for
Just a litigation attorney, right?
yes.
Just like the rest of us, right? Okay, great.
Yes.
Well, hey, again, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you again for your time.
Okay.
I don't have anything further.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Your Honor and Ms. Levinsky, I have a witness who's in the waiting room right now. They just jumped in because we sent her a text. She's a teacher that no longer works at Raymond School. If you guys have the capacity for it, we could probably get her knocked out really quickly and then be done for the day.
That's fine with me, Judge. If you need to, you want to take just a restroom break too, that's fine with me. Either works.
I want to take a brief break and maybe even just get a little something to, not a lunch, but just a snack real quick.
Sure.
So, why don't we resume about 1 o'clock? Is that okay?
1 o'clock?
Works for
Sounds
me.
good. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We'll go off record.
hope I'm back. I wish I was back. All right. Let there be light. Somebody should know that they're sharing all their emails with everybody. Ugh.
Okay. Everybody
And
hear me?
yeah,
Yep.
Judge, it looks like you let in my next witness right now. So
Who is your,
Ms. Kelly Rasmussen.
okay. Let me find her. Oh, there. Okay. Yeah. I believe I did what I need to do. Let's see.
I can always give her a call and make sure.
Here, hold on. Is she on the, oh, here she, oh, there. Okay. Yeah. Let me do this. Ms. Rasmussen, can you hear me? I think your mic is muted. I can see you. Let me do this. What was it? Prioritize video. Is that the,
Correct.
Can you hear me now?
there we go. Yes. And see you. Terrific. Is that a, before we begin, is that a Keith Haring print in the back? It is.
Yep. It is.
I should get some sort of a, I think I should get a cookie or something for that.
Yes, you should.
Correctly. Very distinct. Okay. I don't think there's anybody anybody that's waiting to get in. I don't see anybody anyway. I do need to restart the recording. Give me a second.
I don't know what's happening, but I'll tell you this. That just terrified the crap out of me. Just terrified. I can't even imagine. Can't even imagine.
Okay, so we're now being recorded by Teams. So we just let's go back on the record. Just took a brief break in the matter of Jeff Peterson versus Raymond School District. There's two cases. I won't repeat all the procedural information, but we are continuing with witness testimony. And as I understand it, again, we're going slightly out of order here to accommodate witness availability. And as I understand it, our final witness for the day is going to be Kelly Rasmussen, called by Attorney Haslam. Do both counsel agree?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Yes, Judge.
All right. And Ms. Rasmussen, is that how you like to be addressed, Ms. Rasmussen? Is that
Yes, that's fine.
okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just get paranoid here. I want to make sure this is recording. Yeah. Okay, so before you begin your testimony, Ms. Rasmussen, I just need to swear you. Can you raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I promise. I swear.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed, Attorney Haslam, with your witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rasmussen. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. So I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions regarding your time at Raymond School, okay?
Okay.
And before we get started, just I'm going to ask you, did you witness any of the testimony from anybody that presented testimony in this case before today?
No, I did not.
Or anybody who presented testimony today besides yourself?
No, I have not.
And did you work for Raymond School District?
Yes, I did. I worked for Raymond School District for 21 years and a summer.
And what was your job title?
Teacher. I taught both first and second grades at Raymond School.
And what were your dates of employment there? When did you start working there and when did you leave?
June 2000, just through July 2000. That was just summer school. And then I came back and was hired in August of 2003. And I worked, left June of 2024.
And why did you leave?
What I had witnessed at Raymond School, my beloved place of employment for the majority of my teaching career, was something that I felt truly misaligned with. it went against every grain in my value system, and I knew that I no longer could serve there.
Can you explain a little bit? I mean, what exactly was it that
Mm-hmm. Well, for many years of my career there, Raymond School, my aunt Linda Grisey taught there, and I used to teach in the city of Milwaukee. And she said, "You know, come to teach at my school. It's a lovely, beautiful community. You know, get out of the city." And so I did pursue that, and I was happy there for many years, and taught with a beautiful. It became my family of teaching staff and a community of students and community in general. Um, but then everything kind of changed in a dramatic way that I've never seen in my years of experience in education. And this is my 29th year. Um, when I saw what had happened to Jeff Peterson and witnessed it firsthand, I knew that I could no longer serve in a community where one would be discriminated against in
Your
such an
Honor,
unethical way.
Your Honor, I move to strike. This witness cannot opine on whether Mr. Peterson has been discriminated against. She clearly is biased in favor of Mr. Peterson. She testified at the non-renewal hearing. She has no foundation to understand or give an opinion on whether Mr. Peterson has been discriminated against. And I move to strike. I would also note this witness.
Any response, Attorney Haslam, before I address this?
Well, I don't think we need to move to strike. I think Ms. Lubinsky can make the points about
No,
personal knowledge if she
I
wants to.
am
But
moving
I
to
feel like
strike.
I feel like, excuse me, Ms. Lubinsky, I feel like I can ask follow-up questions to keep this moving along, Your Honor. I don't see any need to strike. Disagree with Ms. Lubinsky?
Let me just try to sort through it. When you say discriminated against, do you mean you what you believe to be discrimination? Can we just qualify it to that extent? Is that acceptable
Yes.
to counsel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
No,
Your Honor.
no, it's not, Your Honor, because then I'm going to have to go into all of her belief system about what she based that on, who she talked with, what she did. It's entirely irrelevant. She's not a decision maker. You want to lay the foundation for her knowledge.
I mean that the relevance. I agree that I agree with the limited relevance. She's not a decision maker that I can see. I don't think Attorney Haslam's claiming that she had any role in the decisions that were taken against Mr. Peterson, correct, Attorney Haslam?
That is correct, Judge.
But I think it's a very, as it focuses, seems to me very limited to in terms of relevance and to why she left. She started out saying she really had a good experience at the school, and then things kind of took a 180 turn, and she's explaining why. And what I'm hearing from her is that she saw things she didn't like, including what she perceived to be discrimination. Is that fair, Ms. Rasmussen?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll overrule the motion to strike,
Right,
but can we just move on?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll move right along. So I explain. Strike that. Ms. Rasmussen, was Mr. Peterson the principal while you were a teacher at Raymond School?
He was at the end of my career there. Yes. He
So
was
you were
the
there.
director. He was the director of summer school when I taught summer school. He was in 2000. He was actually changing routes from teaching to administration at that time. And so
Okay.
he was the director of summer school for me then, and then my principal in 2021 to 2023.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
And in your opinion, and we're just gonna focus on the period of time from 2021 to 2023. Okay.
Okay.
In your opinion, and based on your personal knowledge, did Mr. Peterson's job performance meet the expectations of the school district?
Objection, foundation. How could she testify to what the expectations of the district are? She's not the district. She can't speak for the district. So my objection is foundation.
Fair enough. I'm going to strike the question and re-ask it a little bit differently. Ms. Rasmussen, in your opinion and based on your personal knowledge, did Mr. Peterson's job performance, tell me about Mr. Peterson's job performance.
Mr. Peterson, as my principal and serving under his positive leadership, I had a really, really great experience. He was somebody who I always wanted to kind of do better for, because he dedicated his entire life to his profession, and he made me want to be a better teacher. And he created kind of a climate where people were supported. He spotlighted students that had, you know, special recognitions in arts and in music and so much more, and really just was somebody who I was just proud to serve under. He, in terms of like how I would perceive job description for him, and was he serving, you know, in his full capacity, 500%. He was an excellent principal, and everyone, when he was hired, after Steve Harder, a previous superintendent, had hired him, you know, Steve Harder said, "You're in for a great
Object.
surprise." He's he's coming home and returning to the school district that's been so beloved. He has been so beloved by the district for so many years. He went to school there. And, you know, it was kind of a, you know, a full circle kind of experience for him to come back. And the staff members that had taught with him over the course of time, and he kind of went on to serve in other very successful administrative roles, and was, people sang the accolades of him. We were so happy to have him back in the capacity of him, you know, returning home.
Thank you for that. In your opinion,
Mhm.
was Mr. Peterson treated differently than other employees in the same position?
Objection. Foundation calls for speculation.
Are you talking about his principal when he was principal?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
So
So
the
my
question,
objection is lack of foundation. It's also vague. What are you talking about? I don't even, was he treated differently in what respect? Like, it's overly broad and she lacks foundation.
are you saying treated worse?
Sure, yeah. Was he provided with worse treatment than other people in the same position?
Again, Your Honor, I'd like a ruling on my objection. I don't know what treatment we're talking about. I don't know what
Foundation is about,
foundation.
she served under different principals, correct, Ms. Rasmussen?
Yes, I've
So
seen
it
many
seems like
principals.
she would have personal knowledge to compare different principles, right? I mean, and
So
it's
she's
granted,
being
it's her
asked,
opinion. What's
she's
that?
being asked, I just want to be very clear. She's being
Okay.
asked if she has an opinion on how he was treated as compared to other principals. She's a subordinate of the principal. So I don't know what the foundation is for her
I
to
guess,
know how he
can
was.
you be more specific by
Yeah,
whom and in what manner?
we talked
I mean,
about.
I think you're getting at was he treated worse, but by whom and in what ways? Could you be a little more specific, Attorney Haslam?
Yeah, I absolutely can. As a matter of fact, let me get back to a different line of questioning that I think will feed into this better and satisfy any concerns about this question. Okay, so I'm going to withdraw the question, Your Honor. Ms. Rasmussen, were you at the school when Michael Garvey was hired to be the superintendent?
Yes, I was.
And what was your opinion of Mr. Garvey?
He was
Objection, relevance.
I think the relevance is pretty clear here, Your Honor. I don't know. Mr. Garvey's the superintendent that.
Mr. Garvey's job performance is not an issue here. This is about a discrimination claim. Like, we're so far afield of that, but whatever. My objection is relevant.
I guess it's hard for me to deal with a relevance objection when the question is so broad. Her opinion of it. Can you kind of zero in on with more specific questions? I mean,
Sure.
he is a decision maker, right? I mean, and the adverse actions that were taken.
He actually wasn't. The only decision Garvey made, just so we're clear, the only decision Garvey made was to place Mr. Peterson on paid administrative leave. So to be clear, the adverse action that has deprived Mr. Peterson of wages, which is the relief he seeks, is by the school board and then by Dr. Hayden, who imposed a discipline following the sex investigation report.
Mr. Garvey also made the recommendation for Mr. Peterson's non-renewal. I fail to see how we can escape that he was a decision maker in that process.
He wasn't a
Well,
decision maker.
let's not get hung up. I mean, he's part of the process. I think that's right. I mean, of it at least. But
Absolutely.
okay, so you were gonna try to be a little more specific, then maybe we can focus this line of questioning.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I asked broadly what your opinion of Mr. Garvey was. I'm going to dial that in a little bit and make it more specific. Can you tell me about the first time you met Mr. Garvey?
Well, he invited staff members to kind of a meet and greet that we could either do individually or as grade level teams, or just kind of set up an appointment. It could be, any kind of group. So I went to the meet and greet with 3 other colleagues, and we had signed up for, I believe, about a 20-minute session to, get to know him, he get to know us, and he just talked the whole time and wasn't very respectful of our time, and talked about himself the entire time, and said how he took great pride in cleaning house.
What did you think he meant by cleaning house?
Getting rid of people. It was threatening. It wasn't a real. I didn't really get a good vibe or a good good feeling at all.
Now, I understand Mr. Garvey was the interim superintendent for a period and then went on to take a permanent superintendent position. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you play any role in the search for a permanent superintendent?
I did. They had hired a company, HOA, I think, and
If I said HYA, would that sound
HYA.
Okay.
And yeah, they had certain groups of staff members come in to meet with this gentleman who already knew Michael Garvey. They had already known each other in the past, so
I'm gonna
seems-
object, move to strike, lacks foundation.
Mhm.
He was there. We're talking about his hiring process and the
Yeah,
first time she met him. I'm establishing the foundation for the questioning you
No,
objected to
I
5
didn't-
minutes ago.
I didn't object on foundation grounds. I moved to strike her testimony about what relationship, if any, Mr. Garvey and the person that was interviewing her had, because it lacks foundation. Again, this witness is just
She's involved in the hiring process, and she's explaining the hiring process of the permanent superintendent. I believe the foundation is all here, Your Honor, and I object to
I'd
the
ask-
Can we, with all the back and forth, I'm losing sight of the question. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah,
Don't get hung up on it.
I asked Ms. Rasmussen if she had any role to play in the hiring of Dr. Garvey to the to the permanent superintendent role, and she began to explain that process and how it unfolded.
And I didn't object to the question, just so everybody's clear. The question was fine. The answer indicated that she was involved and did an interview. She may not have used the word interview with a gentleman from HOA, then she clarified HYA, and then she proceeded to talk about how she believes there was some pre-existing relationship between this individual that interviewed her and Mr. Garvey.
I'll sustain that
Thank
part. Can we just move beyond that part?
Sure.
I don't see the connection there, but
So yeah, that's fine. We can keep going, I guess. In this, so how involved? What was the scope of your involvement in the hiring process for a permanent superintendent?
Well, beyond the HYA, when I got a chance to basically speak about the characteristics that I would be looking for, me and others, in a superintendent, that was the first part of the process. Then I was involved in an interview team with a couple of my other colleagues, some board members, and some community members in the interview process looking for the full-time superintendent.
And when you gave your feedback, did you feel like your feedback was being used in that search process?
When we interviewed a couple of different candidates, Michael Garvey being one of them, prior to that, when staff members had said that they would serve on this interview team, we were basically to have, meetings with our colleagues, grade level colleagues, so that we could take information to the table, and kind of speak for everyone, because everybody wanted to be heard. So from my different colleagues and I that had spoke up at the interview team and talked with the community members, board members, and whatnot, we had raised a bunch of red flags about Michael Garvey, and that we did not think that he would be a good suit for our school.
Did
to
you
be
feel like
hired.
do you feel like those concerns that you just expressed were taken seriously by the people who were hiring or who were in charge of hiring?
No, I do not. And there were other people, community member that was pretty up in arms about it as well, and was vocal, and was definitely not being heard, even though there were a lot of red flags, and they brought in another candidate.
Your
I
Honor, I'm going to
almost
move to strike. The answer right now is a narrative and non-responsive to the question that was asked. We are getting very narrative and off topic.
I'm okay with her ending her question there. I can ask some more specific questions to move this along. So I'll
Sounds good.
we
Thank
can
you.
keep going here. So comment earlier about that you believed Mr. Peterson was being discriminated against. Do you have any firsthand knowledge that would support that?
I'm going
Is
to
it-
object to the form of that question and lacking foundation. If you can, when you say firsthand knowledge, I don't know that she knows what you mean by that. So if you could just ask her the foundation questions that would be necessary, like, did she speak with any board members about why they non-renewed him? Did she I'm asking that the question be phrased in a manner that the witness understands what you mean by firsthand knowledge
Okay,
of
I can explain.
discrimination by a decision maker.
Yeah, let me just rephrase a little bit for you, Ms. Rasmussen. So if I use the phrase firsthand knowledge, what I'm referring to is things that you personally saw, things that you personally heard that would lead you to believe and that Mr. Peterson was discriminated against by members of the school board or members of the school administration. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. And so now if you say to me, if your answer is, I heard from this person, you need to tell us that it's not firsthand knowledge. You need to say, oh, I just heard it from this person. And so that way we can distinguish between firsthand knowledge and hearsay. Okay. Do you understand?
Hmm.
So with that in mind, what led you to believe that Mr. Peterson was being discriminated against?
For the record only, I'm an object.
Would
That
overrule
question.
objection. I think he clarified it.
So I just want to make sure, is the question what firsthand knowledge did she have? Or why does she believe that? Which was
Well,
your actual question. That's why I
I
object.
think
you're
I think
correct.
he means to incorporate firsthand knowledge
Okay.
or perhaps what others told him, but she needs to specify the source of every observation that she articulates. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, Judge. And as long as the witness understands that, I think we could proceed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Rasmussen, with all that in mind, what we just said, what led you to believe that Mr. Peterson was being discriminated against?
I have never in my 29 years experienced anything like this.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike. Her experience and what she feels is not responsive to the question. And
So, Ms. Rasmussen, I know it's never easy for any witness to do
Sure.
what we're doing, and I can see you're really enjoying yourself too, by the way, but lighten the mood a little. But if you can listen to really home in on exactly what question is being asked and try to respond, tailor your responses specifically to the question and not give general impressions or conclusions that one might give and normally in an everyday conversation, but can you be a little more precise with your testimony, or at least try? It's not easy, I know, but
Sure.
Okay, counsel, do you want to
Michael,
just repose the last question? And
Yeah, certainly. So, Ms. Rasmussen, what led you to believe that Mr. Peterson was being discriminated against?
Michael Garvey said that Jeff Peterson would be a good principal somewhere, but just not here. He said that to staff members. A lot of what I know you want specifics, and a lot of what I have witnessed is underlying discrimination.
Again, Judge, I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive and lacking foundation. She can testify to what Garvey said.
I'll sustain the objection as to the very last comment. I think she had answered though.
I believe so, Your Honor.
And for the record, I did not move to strike her testimony about what she claims Garvey said.
Correct. Okay.
I was not moving to strike that.
Okay, I think we can move on then. We're all in agreement.
We're all in agreement. Yes, thank you. Have you personally witnessed poor treatment of Mr. Peterson by the school board and/or the superintendents of the Raymond School District?
I'm sorry, Wes, core treatment?
Poor, like negative treatment.
Yes, in August of 2023, kind of beginning of the school year, we had a special ceremony where there were students and community members in front of the school. Some students were singing, and we just had a very special ceremony, and Michael Garvey was yelling at Jeff Peterson in the office right around the corner from the event.
Okay. Did you hear what he was yelling at Mr. Peterson?
No.
Was he yelling in a way that other people and subordinates of Mr. Peterson could hear?
People directly in the office could hear. People maybe outside the door that were getting ready for the performance. Students around coming in and out of the office.
Did you find that this was unprofessional conduct by Mr. Garvey, in your opinion?
Most definitely.
Did you feel like yelling at a principal in front of other staff and students undermine Mr. Peterson's ability to be a principal?
Objection, that's leading. You gave her the answer with your question.
Fair enough. You're right.
And just so we're clear on the leading, I think I can allow leading questions given our lax, the rules of evidence don't apply other than we've gone over this 227.45 relevance, materiality, privilege, and so on. But even if I do, I'm going to take that, it's going to go to weight if the questions are leading.
No, understood. And I do agree that was
just sort of
question.
as we progress through the remainder of this hearing, which is not as much as it used to be. So we're making progress.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just move on. I guess, Ms. Rasmussen, thank you for being here today. I think I asked you all the questions I need to about Mr. Peterson's performance, about Dr. Garvey. I guess there's one more thing about Dr. Garvey we didn't come back full circle to. Is you'd said that you were involved in the hiring process of Michael Garvey to be the permanent superintendent, correct?
Yes.
And you made some comments about you felt like people knew him. Is that correct?
No, I'm going to object that she didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
She never said that.
I thought you objected to her saying that she felt that during the hiring process there were people.
What she attempted to say was that the person that was interviewing her from HYA must have had a pre-existing relationship or knew Mr. Garvey previously. That's what she had attempted to say,
Okay.
and I moved to strike.
So let me ask you the question then directly. The HYA process. Did you have any reason to believe that the person running the HYA process had a relationship with Mr. Garvey previously?
I believe they knew each other, yes.
Why do you believe that?
That's what I heard, and I was wondering why they had even hired a company if he was going to be an automatic hire.
Do you feel that he was an automatic hire?
Objection. Lacks foundation. She was not involved in the hiring of Mr. Garvey. For either interim superintendent, no, she was not involved in the ultimate decision. So you're asking her to speculate as to why they made the decision. That was your question.
My question was the decision. My question wasn't why they made the ultimate decision. My question was relating to why did you feel the way that the decision to hire Garvey was automatic? Because you said that, and I think that
That's
you
not
provided
what your
foundation for
question was, so I don't object to that.
I'll allow that one.
that. Okay. So, Ms. Rasmussen, why did you feel that the decision to hire Garvey was automatic?
I didn't feel like many people were being heard. I felt like we were going through the motions of this company that came in, and different groups of people, special ed teachers, say, you know, the middle school teachers, say veteran teachers, say younger teachers that are, you know, within 5 years of hire. We were all separated into kind of different groups and talking about the characteristics of a superintendent that we would find to be very, very important to our school. But I just wasn't sure why we were going through that process if he already kind of had a connection to this person who was part of this company. And I just didn't, I don't know. It just seemed like maybe not as valuable as I would have hoped in terms of the process of hiring a new superintendent.
Okay,
And
Ms.
then
Rasmussen,
to sit on the interview team, you know, and not be heard beyond there after Michael Garvey was the interim, and other people not kind of listening, you know, including board members and, you know, community members. It just seemed to me like the decision was already made.
Ms. Rasmussen, thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate everything you have
Thank
to
you.
say. I have no more questions for you at this time.
Thank you.
Ms. Rasmussen, my name is Lori Lubinsky. You and I have spoken before, right?
Sure. Yeah.
You were present at a non-renewal hearing on or about December 6, 2023, right?
Yes,
You provided testimony to the board, correct?
I did.
Your testimony was under oath at that time, correct?
Yes.
And you provided the board with information that was truthful and honest in response to the questions that were asked, right?
Yes.
You were, before you resigned, a veteran teacher at Raymond School District, right?
Yes.
You are a strong supporter of Mr. Peterson, are you not?
Yes.
And in fact, when you were present and the HYA interviews, you were there with some other veteran teachers, right?
Yes, they did group us like that.
And you don't know what other teachers said to the HYA representative when they were meeting with the HYA representative, right?
We didn't have a big debriefing after or anything like that. No.
So you don't know what the other groups that you did not participate in, you don't know what they told HYA, do you?
Well, we are a pretty tight staff.
Can you answer my question, ma'am? I know you may not seem favorable to Mr. Peterson, and I know you really want to support him. So I'm asking you to
I'm going to
listen to
object
my
to the
question.
narrative here. You can ask the question, but I don't need your
So I'll
comments.
go for
That's fair. The commentary. Let's try to avoid that.
I appreciate both of your comments. I'll try it for a third time, Ms. Rasmussen. You were not in the HYA grouping interviews that you did not participate in. You don't know what they told the HYA representative, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in fact, and I think you've said this, but I want to be clear. I apologize if this is duplicative. The people in your group were all veteran teachers, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, strike that. You testified that the basis for your belief that Mr. Garvey knew the HYA representative who was interviewing you is because people told you that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Who told you that?
I do not remember.
So you can't identify one person who was the source of your belief that Mr. Garvey somehow had a pre-existing relationship with the HYA individual you interviewed. Is that correct?
I'm going to object. Asked and answered. She answered the question clearly.
A little repetition is allowed. Go ahead.
I feel like we were all talking about it as a staff. I don't remember who directly brought it up to my attention, but we all kind of knew that.
But you can't speak. I'm going to move to strike. We all kind of knew that. It lacks foundation. You can't speak to what other people knew. So listen to my question, Ms. Rasmussen. Can you identify a single person who told you that Mike Garvey had some sort of pre-existing relationship with the HYA individual that you were working with as part of this process?
No.
With regard to your input, you said you felt, I believe the words was felt, that the board did not listen to you. And I just want to be clear about what your role was. We've already talked about you in a group of veteran teachers doing an interview with HYA, right?
Yes.
And then I believe you said there was kind of a second component of your involvement, and that was that you were involved in, I don't want to put words in, you were involved in like sessions where you and other staff members interviewed or participated in interviews with superintendent candidates. Is that right?
Yes, I was a part of the superintendent interview process.
Got it. Can you, I don't need names, but like who is in the same room with you? Is it other teachers? Is it teachers and board members? Give us a flavor for like what the group is that's in there doing these interviews.
Teachers, board members, and community members.
Okay. And how many candidates do you recall interviewing for that permanent superintendent position?
2.
And it was Mr. Garvey was one, is that correct?
Yes.
And who was the other one, if you recall?
Jordan Hine.
Jordan Hine, H-E-I-N?
Yes.
All right. And your personal view was that Mr. Hine was a better candidate to fill the superintendent position than Mr. Garvey. Is that fair?
Yes, but he did not have his administrative license yet.
Who's he?
Jordan Hine.
So we're going to talk about that in a minute. I want to go very slow. Okay. You had 2 candidates, Garvey and Hine, and you personally believed Hine was the better choice, correct?
Yes, Hine was already a principal at our
Okay,
school.
ma'am,
So.
Ms. Rasmussen, you need to listen to my question. I asked you a yes or no question. Okay, so
I just thought you wanted further information.
No,
Sorry
I
about
don't.
that.
Nope, I don't. I'm going to
She's
try
in
to.
charge. She's in charge of the questioning. That's you just have to limit the scope of your answer to the scope of the question,
Sure.
essentially. And if Attorney Haslam feels the need to ask additional questions afterward, he will.
I understand. Thank you.
Yep.
So, of the 2 superintendent candidates that you participated in this interview with, you preferred Jordan Hine over Dr. Garvey, correct?
Yes.
And you vocalized that preference. Well, let me strike that. Let me get a little foundation out. After the interviews were over, did the team who was assembled, the board members, the community members, the staff, the interviewee leaves, do you all kind of talk about what you think about each candidate?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, you understand that the school board is the entity that makes the final decision, correct?
Yes.
You were not a participant in the closed session school board meeting where the board made the decision on whether to hire Dr. Garvey or Jordan Hine, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that Mr. Hine did not have the requisite certification, at least at that point, to serve as a superintendent, correct?
Correct.
You said, and the words I wrote down that you said were you felt, you used that word, I believe, that they were not listening. Okay. And I want to ask you about that. Were all of the school board members participants in these kind of group interviews of Dr. Garvey and Mr. Hine, or was it only a few of them?
I believe it was a few of them. We were in 2 different rooms, 2 different spaces, and we were swapping candidates from room to room.
Oh, I see. So there was a group in 2 basic groups, and the 2 candidates would swap. So you saw both, right?
That's right.
Okay. How many school board members were in your room?
From what I remember, I think it was 1.
And who was that?
Gwen Keller?
Do you know whether one or more board members were in the other room?
I don't recall the number. There might have even been two in my room.
Okay.
But I do not recall. I remember Gwen being there.
Okay. So when you said you felt that they were not listening, who is the they in that answer?
Board members.
Okay, so when did, other than Gwen Keller and possibly maybe one other board member that was in your room, and I respect that you don't have a clear memory of that, so that's okay. Other than that, what other time did you vocalize your preference for Mr. Hine to the board?
Multiple times, teaching staff brought questions to the board at the beginning of the school year in 2023.
So,
and they
ma'am,
would
I'm
not.
going to move to strike your
Mhm.
your answer as non-responsive. My question was really specific.
Sure.
I think she's
Other,
answering
no,
something.
she's not. Because correct me if I'm wrong, ma'am, these interviews are being conducted not at the beginning of the school year, correct?
Right.
Okay. I'm focusing in on you're part of an interview committee, you've got two candidates. You clearly believe Dr. Hine Mr. Hine was better than Dr. Garvey. We heard that. And that at least one board member, possibly two, were in your room and you all discussed that. So far, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So then my question is, when you testified that you felt the board what you said is you felt they were not listening. I asked you who they was, and you said it was the school board members, right?
Right. There
Okay,
was
so
one
my
additional staff member there.
Ma'am, that was my question.
Sure.
If you can just listen to my questions and focus in, okay? So, Ms. Rasmussen, when, other than during your interview discussion with those that were present, including Gwen Keller and possibly a second board member, when did you express to the school board your preference for Mr. Hine over Dr. Garvey? If at all.
It was during that time of the interview process.
All right. So, and we're talking about, you expressed your preference. Ms. Keller was there and you believe it's possible another board member was there. So let me ask you, other than Ms. Keller and approximately one other, you didn't express your opinion that Jordan Hine was a better candidate over Mr. Garvey to any other board members in connection with this process to hire a permanent superintendent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked about the basis for your testimony that you believed that Mr. Peterson was discriminated against. And your answer was that at some point, Dr. Garvey said he believed Mr. Peterson would make a good principal somewhere, just not here, or words to that effect, right?
That's correct.
And you said he said that to staff members. So I just want to ask you a few follow-up questions. Were you present when Mr. Garvey or Dr. Garvey made that statement?
Yes.
And just give us where was this statement made? Like,
Could have been a staff.
Was
Yes, some time has gone on. I don't recall.
When was
staff
this
meeting?
When
Do not
was
know.
this? So you can't identify where the meeting occurred or when the meeting occurred. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when Mr. Garvey said in this meeting, Dr. Garvey, excuse me, let me start over. When Dr. Garvey said that he thought Mr. Peterson would make a good principal, just not here, or words to that effect, he provided no other context for why he had believed that, correct?
Correct.
All right. . by the time you resigned, if I've got my timeline right, you had over 20 years with the Raymond School District, is that right?
21, yes.
So you would agree you were a veteran teacher, right?
Yes, I would.
Okay, let me look at my notes, Ms. Rasmussen. I may be done. One moment. One more sec. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Rasmussen.
Thank you.
And I have no follow-ups for you, Ms. Rasmussen. Thank you very much for coming here today. I know it's not a pleasant experience being a witness, so have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rasmussen. I appreciate it as well.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. One second. Okay, so I think are we done for today? Is that the game plan?
Yes, Your Honor. And
And then, all right,
yes,
so, and the continuation is Wednesday at 8:30, correct?
correct,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Okay. Before we adjourn for the day, any logistical or procedural concerns that need to be addressed or?
I just want to confirm we have only one witness on tap, Amanda Falaci, and then as I understand it, for Wednesday, excuse me. And then as I understand it, Mr. Peterson may be providing rebuttal testimony. I just want to both of you to know that I reserve the right to make Sir rebuttal. This has been an interesting hearing with hearing witnesses like Ms. Rasmussen, you know, at the eve of our hearing, and I'm not blaming anyone, by the way. I totally agreed to this. So for the record, like I'm not objecting at all, but it makes it difficult
further refine that. It would be just the right to propound questions to Mr. Peterson. That because the scope of the rebuttal is going to be limited to Mr. Peterson's testimony, correct? If there's any.
Absolutely, Judge.
Okay, so yeah, I mean I think that's only fair. If there's going to be rebuttal, a chance to ask follow-up questions, however you want to characterize that, would you agree, Attorney Hazel?
Yeah, and just to be totally clear, the point is to have him talk just to those things that were stated that after he testified, like we'd agreed to. So it's not going to be some large scope. I don't anticipate it going on.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
Very long.
another kick at the cat. It's supposed to be limited in scope
Absolutely.
to that which could not have been reasonably anticipated. That's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
So I'm suspecting that if there's any Sir rebuttal, if that's the right word for it, that it would be commensurately limited in scope as well.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just don't know what he's going to say. So but I probably won't have Sir rebuttal. I just,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
you get it.
Okay. I think we're all on the same page with that. I think I may have just, I think I'm going to excuse other folks. Can counsel just stay on? This is just strictly off record, has nothing to do with the merits, and so on. So it's stuff that I just want to talk to you about. I'm going to just start eliminating folks here. That sounded kind of, the verbiage was menacing. I didn't mean eliminating in a dire way, but some people are leaving voluntarily after that. I mean, okay, let's see, because this remove from meeting function here, there's probably a faster way of doing this for me, but
The old fashioned way is the thorough way, right? Like finding another button.
I'm just afraid if I do like one that sweeps everybody off, then you will be gone as well, and that's so. See here. I don't want to keep you too long, though. I know everybody's got a lot to do. Mhm.
Removed from the hearing. All right. That's something. So I guess today was a special day, mostly to accommodate Attorney Sachs. I think the main thing that we can say about that is you don't, this is a very good example of why attorneys do not want to testify in general, and why attorneys themselves are generally, let's say, it's hard to both be a fact witness and an advocate at the same time. And that seems to me to be I mean, in most cases it's prohibited, but that seems to me to be the big problem there is that when you're in sort of an investigator, your question is the facts, but you've also got opinions, and you've also were talking with um, Shayna Lewis, the board's attorney. So, to what extent are you protected by attorney-client privilege? And we can go on from there. So, that I would say is part of the deal here, um, and why you don't have that. I want to say that I thought that the teacher was exceptionally brave. I recall her testifying at the previous hearing. That, by the way, what do they call it? The non-renewal, the renewal hearing is on our channel here. I'm sure you can find it. and we can go from there. Let's see if there's anything unanswered in the chat or anything else that we need to deal with here. I'll say this. I mean, is everything that I have understood, all of the, and I have access to more information in this case than they've presented so far from many different sources. And it's my belief that the board made the decision to remove Mr. Peterson much earlier, because, or especially Miss Keller, because she thought that his lifestyle was inappropriate, incommensurate with the school district, and that everything that they then did to remove him was to further that goal. And that they specifically brought on Shayna Lewis, they brought on Garvey specifically to remove Peterson, and they brought on Shayna Lewis specifically to remove Peterson. So, and of course, spent millions of dollars of taxpayer money, one way or the other, insurance company money, one way or the other, to continue this fight. And so that's, I mean, that's what it's really all about here in this case is, do you think that remember, prima facie case, member of a protected class, terminated, reason, allegation that the reason for the termination is linked to the membership in the protected class. No problem. Then they come back and say, no, we've got a legitimate business reason. You come and say that's pretext, and here's some here's plus a little discrimination. You're good to go. That's the concept. So that really is I would say the questions here is, do you believe one, that the the business reason that they have put forth is pretext? And do you then believe that the real reason is discrimination based on various memberships in various protected classes? Okay. Bam. That is the hearing. That is what needs to be proved. Generally speaking, I would say that the most difficult one is proving that it's a pretext, fine, but then proving that, and the state law is a little bit different, but ultimately Seventh Circuit, I think that's what we're ultimately talking about. It's very clear. It's got to be pretext plus. Okay, and here that is the question I would say is, what is the plus? Is there enough plus out there for you all? Do you think we still need more plus to show that? I would never be on any jury at all, and I'm so easily swayed on this, but in my mind, the pretext thing is out the door. Is that ship has sailed. The real question in terms of what needs to be proven yet is going to be the plus. And I think there's a lot of that good stuff, language like grooming, other things like that that are in there that help show this. I think especially damaging to the pretext, or indicative of pretext at this point, was that they went to hire this investigation that they relied on so heavily that turned out to be not only fundamentally flawed, but just basically a lawyer regurgitating what Mr. Garvey had told them to regurgitate. So it really comes down to, in a lot, and with these sort of mixed steps of cases here, it kind of, that's in my mind, does it come down to, is Garvey the decision maker? Is the board the decision maker? Whose motive do we have to ascertain? And in this case, I think it's easier because if you can ascertain that Garvey has a motive, an improper motive, because there's this evidence out there that says the board hired Garvey and nobody else for specific reasons, we can infer that excuse me. Now, will the ALJ follow suit? That's the big question. So what do you think about where the ALJ is at, and what do you think happened? Do you think that Lori gave away with some of her tells? Do you think she gave away what was damaging and what wasn't. And what was the most damaging thing I think that came out of today, and your opinion today was all about pretext. So, is it proven pretext? Is that still in doubt? Do they need to go on to sexual orientation? Does that need to be clear? What do you think? All right, it's at 8:30 on Wednesday, so tomorrow I'm gonna work, and I might have got something else done today too. So we're gonna work, and we'll go from there. That's what I got. Thanks for sticking with us. We will keep you informed. You will not be